Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
To get that experience or whatever else, but I don't play with headphones on my ears. Like I just play through the TV. Like I don't fucking care. But yeah, they're just falling apart.
No,
like, what the fuck?
No, that's so fucking weird because I don't know if you can see it on these. My ear cuffs are falling apart too, and I don't abuse.
Yeah.
Like, why is this like this? Why is this peeling like this?
Yeah,
like that makes literally no sense to me. Like,
because we can't manufacture.
Sure, I wear them, but like, bro.
Yeah, like the left is perfect, right? Look at it's still soft. I mean, these are great headphones.
Yeah.
Then look at these fucking rates. Look at that.
Like, how does that even happen?
Right, look at the inside, bro. Like that, they have not been.
It looked like you had it for 10 years.
Right. Look at how the stitching's coming apart. Bro, how does that? I've never touched the inner part of this. I've never done anything. Like they sit on my head and that's it.
Maybe it's the stuff that maybe it's whatever the chemicals we're putting on our heads nowadays. It's
but I don't, because look at my head shaved. I don't put shit on my side. Like they don't get contact.
You put some lotion
anything
on there or something. Some rubbing alcohol on there. I don't know.
Bro, so it's gonna eat apart the stitching. Whatever.
Hey, no, it's the same. But again, like I said, it's the same thing for me. I don't get that. I don't get that. I only touch the outside of my. Why is this messed up?
Right.
I don't get that.
And like I said, I don't wear these enough, Steel. Literally, I don't wear them.
But still.
Right, you wear all your time. I don't wear headphones unless we're playing co-op. I don't. It's weird.
It's so weird.
Let's get the show started.
Hey, Vandal says too much cocoa butter on your ears, guys. Got to apply that stuff liberally. Wacko Game says sweat. Wacko, I wish that it was sweat.
I don't sweat.
I don't sweat when I game.
I'm not a sweaty guy.
Yeah.
I'm not. I know people say that shit, but I literally am not a sweaty guy. Like literally. Like the gym is the most I ever sweat, and it's not anywhere near what other people do. And I'm working hard, so I'm just not a sweaty guy.
Weird. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. I had a buddy who used to destroy his controllers because his hands sweat so bad.
See, I know about that. And that's part of the elite controller issue.
Crazy.
I think that's what I had the first time because whatever rubber that they're using, the way that it expands or whatnot. Because of course they fit it on there. So like when your hands are sweating with the elite controller, I think that's what ends up making those grips, making that rubber expand and end up getting loose.
Yeah.
I just don't think why are we in 2024 and we're having these types of issues with devices that are supposed to be made for use every day? Again, it's just goes back to the saying, things were made better back in the day. Like you could get a wash machine and dryer, for an example. I still believe to this day, there's certain style washing machine and dryers that are still just way better than the newer ones that you can get. Like the newer ones are nice and they're fancy, cool, they're convenient. I understand, but bro, there's certain washer dryers that are older that are bro, these are flawless.
We used to be a proper country. Okay, we used to manufacture our goods properly. Oh no! Watch the videos on the refrigerators.
No, that's 100%
from the 1950s.
Oh yeah, fridges are a good example.
Look at those. They are still running today, and the features that they had in them, bro. I don't care what you throw. Outside of ice cube makers, right, and water. You look at those features of how the shelving pulled out. They thought of everything for the moms during that time to be able to clean that fridge, to be able to keep it up and running. But it was made from solid steel, American made steel. Those things are tanks, and the motors are still running. Some of them barely have had any maintenance, and they still run to this day.
Yep.
Again, we used to be a proper country. When we used to manufacture everything in America, that's how we used to do things right.
Yeah.
Now, China, slave labor, don't cut it anymore, bro. Just don't cut it anymore, man. We just don't get that.
Something is off. Something is definitely off. I will say you are peaking a little bit, Pong, but I think it's going to be more so a setting that you'll have to change in Windows itself, just like I have to, at least for this mic. If I have it past 75%, and you have a newer version of my mic, if I have it past 75% in Windows, it peaks because of my voice, right? That's just something I've learned over time. Sometimes I've had to turn it down to 60 as well, but I also have the mic tuned specifically through OBS. That's not a control that I'll have over yours specifically, although I do have some things applied. But no, it is something I know we're going to look at. We haven't had a chance to get together and work through any of that stuff and really get things set up because, again, you're getting a much more pure mic and it doesn't have any of the, there's an application where you can tune everything, unfortunately. It's directly through Windows. So Decado, appreciate you, man. Part of what Decado's been able to do, and just everybody who's been able to support, we did end up getting Pong a new mic. You guys have probably heard it over the last couple of weeks or whatever, as he's been on different show. I believe at least over the last week. But we haven't had a chance to tune. Life's been crazy, busy. Things happen. Again, we haven't been here for 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, and it is such a beautiful thing to just jump right back in the seat, go live for you guys, and bring that live, raw, and uncut nature that we always bring to the table for Living Split Screen. Because I miss you guys, man. And I know some people out there miss. I know for me, at least, there's times certain YouTubers or just certain content that I take in on a week-to-week basis, when they take breaks, it's like I'm missing something. It's like, damn, man, like I really was looking forward to listening to that today. I know for us, we make longer form content as well. So again, probably help a lot of people get through their day, as I've heard people mention and whatnot. But there's a lot for us to get into, man. Life has been not only interesting, but gaming has been extremely interesting as well, right? We saw Sony close down some additional studios, right? Concord is never going to be seen of again. Firewalk has been disbanded, and they also closed another studio, their mobile team, which I thought was interesting because then they also followed up their statement with, but we're still working on our mobile pathway, essentially. And you look, don't take me word for word, for that's what it said. Do your own research. I'm here to be a conversationalist on this gaming podcast. That's a note that I've taken from another podcast here as of late as well, right? Because I do feel we are more on the conversationalist side versus we're not journalists, guys. Like, we didn't go to school for this. We're not trying to be journalists. I'm not trying to become VGC or IG. Like, and that's not what we're trying to do. We just want to be Living Split Screen, the home of the RTS view, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at those darker crevices of the map, pull our resources together, whether that's things that we, news throughout the week, people that we know of behind the scenes, or even just games that we're playing, to bring it here and chop it up with you guys about the industry things that are going on, different forms of different topics, and also just the games that we're playing. But that is also part of the reason why we coined the term ECP, the educated consumer perspective, because that's exactly all that we can bring here. Right? We're just two dudes who have a lot of professional business knowledge behind the scenes, right? In our professional lives and things that we have been through, but we are also two guys who have decades of gaming history behind us and experiences that we're going through right now that I think are just so valuable to the conversations that we have. And I greatly appreciate all the ones that continue to come check us out on a Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. And we're going to continue to love to do this, man. So real quick, because while we've been on the 2-week hiatus, I'm just going to kind of take you through a little bit of my mind training. I'll get into what I'm playing after I get Pong's information in and get him to chop it up with you guys as well. But I've been trying to debate on some things because, again, I think the biggest thing that holds us back here at Living Split Screen, I mean, of course, we're not like trying to be divisive, for sure. That is something that I've definitely noticed. But two, it's not like we are purposely searching for drama or trying to insert ourselves in the drama either. And those things kind of do work against us. I do feel like point blank period, we do have two of the best voices on the podcasting scene, point blank period. There is no other energy that you'll find like this, the way that we use our voices. Again, it's an instrument, and it's something that a lot of people look over. And it's just something that I've learned over the years, whether it's through sales, through customer service, just dealing with people in general. That I think we really kind of hone and focus on. Anyway, my point being is I do want to start delivering more content to you guys. And I was doing that before. So here in the future, kind of my next up plan is I want to get a stream deck so I can start hooking more stuff up to that directly. It'll also help me control my content a bit better as far as like recording clips, because there's a lot of times, bro, in 4 to 5 hours, and I'm pretty sure Pong would agree with that, bro, if we just had somebody, even if they ended up doing it for free, if we had somebody that could sift through our 4 to 5 hours worth of content, there's at least 3 hours of pure, unadulterated, unfiltered, uncut content that would touch on so many different nerves, not only in the gaming space, but because me and Pong are so free flowing with topics a lot of the time, we get y'all involved as well, chat. Y'all bring good perspectives in. That I think it would just reach so many different avenues. And so I want to kind of start honing in on that a bit. Let's try to start working on that. So I've been trying to like work on taking a little bit of notes here. So I may implement some of that here today. If I find like certain things that Pong says that I feel like are interesting, I'm going to end up writing those things down. I'm still working on kind of like the studio flow of things, right? You take a 2-week break, you start thinking about how we can make living split screen better. At least that's what I had been doing a little bit. And because again, I do want living split screen to be something that we can literally not necessarily depend on per se, but be more so something that continues to be a draw, continues to be a difference, continues to be a place for conversation more so than anything else, right? Because again, we're non-console centric, right? We both have PCs, we both have Xboxes. No, we don't have PlayStation, but again, we have blatantly explained why that is the case. And again, I don't believe in owning things that I'm not going to use. Part of the reason I don't have VR, it's funny because my youngest started to ask for a VR headset. So there's been some of those things that I've started looking into. Right, MetaQuest 3, I heard there's a lot of dope things about that, stepping into that ecosystem. You can get the device, it works standalone, and it comes with a subscription or whatever for the first month or so for you could try out their library of games. There's just so many different ecosystems that seem to be offering things and keeping things interesting. So yeah, man, I just kind of wanted to get that word salad out there to you guys, kind of some of my thoughts and things that I've been thinking about. But if you're new here and you don't know who I am the Mr. Live, Raw, and Uncut himself, the one and only Steel Rain, that's I. Steel Rain I, that's he, is a 7 everywhere that hurts a search bar. And again, greatly appreciate everybody for coming through. But I gotta introduce the second half of that dynamic duo, the uncanny gentleman himself, the gentleman that I have literally not been able to chop it up with for some time. So we spent some time again, as we do on Saturdays as of late. That's why I've also been working on not starting the show for as long, because I'm going to go back through at least as of recent episodes and cut down some of the intros, so when new people come in, they know exactly, hey, the show's going live kind of right now. I know we do timestamps as well. Hopefully that's been helping everybody else. But nonetheless, get back to the uncanny intro for the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops, but he is my brother from another, my guy, my confidant, the one and only Pong. So what's going on, brother, man? And what a fantastic time, and so many things to dive deep into being back on Living Split Screen. What's up, man?
It's good to be back, and a good week to be back, because I am actually feeling better after 2 weeks of being sick.
Yeah, I've been heard about that.
Yeah, so I'm actually feeling pretty good. Let's start this off right though, Steel, because it is a Saturday morning. It is Living Split Screen and the one and only Decado. That's right, the one and only Decado. I haven't been able to do this for a while. He came on through and he said, "Oh, we're back, boys and girls. We are so back. The Splitters hype train has rolled along, but we ain't gonna do Mach 2.0 on a comeback Saturday. That's right. This is too big of a show to sit around at Mach 2.0. So we're gonna get this sucker up to Mach 4.0. That's right, the one and only Decado. He came on through with the 20 bomb. That's right, he got on that court with the easy free throw line dunk. Dropping off 2 bags of coal, getting us 4 carloads more of people aboard the Splitters hype train. Welcome aboard, all you new Splitters, because the Decado bought you a bunch of tickets. So please take your seats, buckle those 4-point harnesses down, pay attention to the attendants that are showing you how to do so, because we are starting to approach some crazy speeds at Mach 4.0. We don't want to lose you out the window as soon as we got you. Welcome aboard, Splitters. Thank you, Decado. We're putting that coal in the furnace and getting it burning hot around here. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo. Let's fucking go.
Brett Bingham for the 2 bones. He says, is Pong Soul's alter ego Song Pole?
Song Pole.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know either, man.
That sounds
Let's
like
go
an
with
exotic
it.
dancer or something. Song Pole.
Yeah.
Here it comes. Now.
I guess I need to go with an alias. I'll go with Song Pole. Nobody will know.
Pole.
Nobody will know. No, thank you for that, Brett Brigham. As always, welcome back, everybody, including myself and Steele. Yeah, we've missed you guys, for sure. Like
1000%.
I said, it's a good week to be back, because, man, whatever this shit was, and it wasn't the COVIDs. It wasn't anything like that. It was just, I had a bunch of people at work that had sick kids that got sick themselves. A bunch of them came down with pneumonia. I don't think I had pneumonia. I've had pneumonia. I've had chronic bronchitis in my lifetime. Like I was a sick person, as you guys know, through my childhood and into my 20s. So I have experienced it. So I know my body, very, very well when it comes to getting sick. But man, this shit just hung on, and I was fine during the day, but sleeping and nighttime, this is the first 2 days, and I turned down my mic too, by the way, Seal. So let me know if it's helping at all. But I have not had something hang on like this forever. So last 2 days, I finally got full night sleeps where I wasn't waking up constantly. So yeah, man. So it's great to be back. Brett Bingham with the $5. He says it's November, fellow stalkers. That's not what I meant. Pause. Stalker releases this month. Yeah, Stalker 2 is going to be absolutely amazing if everything that's coming out about that. I can't wait to get into Stalker 2 as well. So yeah, it's great to be back. Thank you all again. And yes, special shout out, of course, to the man that just got a shout out for dropping off the 20 bomb, but the one and only Decado. Thanks to Decado, and obviously thanks to my brother from another, Steel, right here, who controls the treasury of Living Split Screen. I did get a new mic, so I got the upgraded version of Steel's mic for the time being. Some point, I'm going to get a big boy XLR. We're going to go all out. That's the plan down the road. But right now, I had been planning on waiting till after the new year to get one. But thanks to the generosity of Decado and obviously all of you in this chat, I was able to get a new mic for the time being. That is going to carry me over. We are still working stuff out because, again, time frame wise, I haven't had time to sit down and really go through it. But it's much better. So thank you, Decado. Thank you to everybody who contributes to our show, because you all have a hand in this. So appreciate you guys so much for that. I've been kind of casual. I'm not going to lie. I'm a filthy casual again, guys. I've been a filthy console casual on top of that. I continue to increase my library on my PC. But the past couple weeks, it's been all Xbox. I haven't played this much Xbox straight for a very long time. I always play on Xbox, right? Because obviously most of my nights I sit down on the couch after work. But I'm just saying continuously without turning on my PC to play a game. That's been the case. So, but it's been Diablo again, rocking Diablo nightly. Trying to get. I'm at the what the hell do they call it? I can't even think of tier 1 anyways. Whatever the hell it is, I always forget the name of it. But I am to that level. I'm slowly but surely working through Vessel of Hatred. As far as the story goes, so far so good, but I'm again, Diablo's just like fast food for me, man. It's just so damn good that I just love it. So I've been doing that, but then of course, right? Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And this is where the casual comes in. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is nothing short of incredible for me. And again, not everybody's ever going to agree on a Call of Duty from here on into the rest of history until that franchise finally ends some decade long from now. But it's too big. There's going to be haters no matter what. But Black Ops 6, I really liked Modern Warfare 2. I enjoyed the hell out of Modern Warfare 3, which not everybody agreed with, but I enjoyed the hell out of the nostalgia trip that Modern Warfare 3 gave me. So I liked Cold War when I played Cold War, right? But my God, Black Ops 6 is special in my opinion. Again, multiplayer, campaign, both are amazing. I haven't touched the zombies yet. Because again, I'm not a round-based zombie guy. I like the open world zombies, but I am going to try it. I'm going to try it at some point.
It's open world enough. I think you'll.
Yeah, that's what Mav was telling me, because Mav and Kate, of course, have been playing zombies, and so he told me that it feels more open world. So I am planning on jumping into zombies to try it out, but I'm just telling you guys that I'm coming from straight up just multiplayer and campaign. I have not finished the campaign yet. I know Steele's finished it.
Yeah.
I am to the supernatural part, the zombies part, which
that was kind of expected.
Some people thought I was gonna be freaked out. Now we good. It's still Call of Duty, right? I'm good, bro. I'm going to say that it's a little bit darker than I was expecting from a Call of Duty, but it isn't terrifying to me. Again, you give me enough weapons, you give me bullshit. We're good. I'm fine. There's really no jump scares to be spoken of. So having a blast though with Black Ops 6. Truly, like now that we are back to prestiging like we used to, I have got that old thought in my head, like, listen, I'm never going to do max prestige. I ain't going to be that sweaty. But do I want to prestige a couple times in this? Yeah, I do. Just to say I prestige a couple times. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy all the maps. I know some people obviously are going to nitpick the maps and have some favorites and have some hates. But honestly, for me, I really don't have a map I hate. I haven't played Nuketown yet again. That just dropped yesterday. I can't wait. 2 XP all weekend, by the way. Double XP all weekend. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so I'm going to be definitely hopping into some Call of Duty this weekend. But yeah, man, I've just been a filthy casual, and I've been a console casual. I've been on Xbox nonstop. I haven't touched my PC. I got a bunch of stuff on PC that I want to play. Obviously, again, I continue to build my library out. I can't help it. Again, with the prices are ridiculous. Fanatical just put up a Movember bundle that included like 15 games. Some of them you probably never heard of, but they did have Warhammer Rogue Trader in there, which is the newest CRPG from them, which is very excellent. I played when it was free to play on Xbox, free to play weekend. Okay. And I put about 5 hours into it. It is a freaking awesome CRPG. So $12 for 15 games, including Rogue Trader. It was a no-brainer. I was like, okay, I'm gonna pick it up. That's fine. That's how it be. So yeah. So but yeah, no, I've got tons of games I want to play. Again, I was playing PC during the Steam Fest when they had all the demos up. I was playing PC then. But this week, man. Nah. And Steele and I actually got some Call of Duty time on Monday night, which was dope. I got home early enough, didn't have anything going on in the background, so Steele and I actually got to sit down and do some multiplayer, which we hadn't done yet. It was a great time. Again, it was a great time. Yes, I'm out of my league because skill-based matchmaking, when you got Steele, when you got Jasper, and those types of people in your party, you are going to get pulled into some rooms well above my level, but I still have a good time. And that's when a Call of Duty is good to me, is no matter what, even when I get into those spots and I'm not finishing top 3, right? And I'm feeling kind of like, oh shit, yeah, this is typical for me. And I'm down at the bottom half, I'm still having a fun time. And that's all that really matters. So Call of Duty Black Ops, Treyarch, Raven for the campaign, just absolute hats off, man. You guys took Call of Duty back, found a little bit of that original 360 magic, and that's not just saying that because it's now an Xbox first party title. You guys know I don't roll that way. It truly does feel a little bit closer to the old days of Call of Duty. The Omni movement, even for an unskilled old dude like me
Feels good,
still
man.
feels good. I still pull off some things every once in a while, whether by accident or because I mean to, that I go, damn, that was freaking dope, man. Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So I think they've just done an excellent job so far. Balancing is pretty good. There's always going to be balancing and fixes and stuff to happen. Of course, it's multi-freaking player, man. What are you going to do? There's always going to be stuff you can tweak here and there, but overall, I enjoy all the guns, even the sniper rifles. That's when you really know you got me, because I hate sniper rifles.
I hate
like if I get
snipe,
to,
but
so do I, but it's fun if you got, and again, they have their daily goals and that kind of stuff. It's fun. But even the BRs, you get me a DMR, I should say.
Yeah, they're nice.
They are actually really nice.
Two tapping people there. It feels good.
Yeah. It feels good. So that's all I've been doing. So again, filthy casual Pong this week. But that's okay. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. That's what gaming's about. I need to get back to Metaphor Refantasio. I've got a billion other games I should be playing. But again, Diablo and COD. That's what my week's been.
You play, you play what is speaking to you in the moment. I'm always 1,000% behind that. Like, even more so as of late, because you do find yourself in those stupors, man. Especially being podcasters, want to be involved in the conversation. Again, that's part of the reason I did end up getting involved in the Veilguard. I saw the talk around it, and it's been pretty consistent when there's games that seem to have all of this talk around it, and then I play it. It does end up being somewhat of a different experience than how other people explain it. Just as an example, and I had interest in Veilguard as it was. I was just going to hold off on it, but I was able to jump in for free, so it's kind of, why not? But I'm going to continue off of just Black Ops 6 because I have a couple issues with Black Ops 6, but my issues are different than most. Again, it's always me that has these weird standout issues. I swear to God. Okay, so first, I want to start off with the skill-based matchmaking. I have probably 15 hour plus right now in multiplayer, just multiplayer, not including nothing else. I did end up beating the campaign in Black Ops 6, and I do give the campaign, I just can tell people overall, I give the campaign about a 7. It was okay. I don't think it was nothing extremely magical. I do think that the zombie portions of it were kind of thrust. Like it was kind of, I don't know if unexpected would be the way to put it, because unexpected almost leans more towards like, I was hoping that it would, like something that you would hope for, like, oh man, it was great. It was just more so like, I felt like it came out of nowhere almost seemingly in the story. Although, of course, it's Black Ops. You've played previous Black Ops. You know that they always try to tie the zombies in somehow. That's how Black Ops 2 used to do it with some of their.
I will say, God, Emperor Sofa King's right on though with that part, Sealed. Not to jump on not to step on your feet, but Control. It does feel like Control.
Okay,
they did take a lot. That whole level, God Emperor. That whole level. Anybody who's played Control, even the aesthetic of that level, totally was Control. Like I was like, what, and I had seen it because I'd watched some people, play parts of the levels, and I got that feeling. But especially when I saw it on the big screen on the OLED, and I was playing through, I'm like, yeah, damn, this is Remedy. Like you could have told me Remedy designed this campaign part right here, and I would have been like, oh yeah, I can totally see that. That's how close it is to Control. I love it.
Okay, well, yeah, and I don't have that kind of comparison to draw to. But nonetheless, those moments were cool. I don't think any of the particular campaign was hard. I did play on hardened. I didn't play on veteran. I typically don't play on the hardest difficulty available in Call of Duty, because Call of Duty and other shooters like that, their form of difficulty is just two-tapping you to die. And I don't think that's good form of difficulty. I'm never about that, right? I like AI to be smarter if you're going to turn up the difficulty versus you taking more damage, pathing and all those kinds of things being better. That was something else that I did notice again in this campaign. That's something that I noticed overall. And again, I know that's not everybody, but I'm pretty sure everybody did experience it. The AI in Black Ops, and that's part of the reason I do give it the 7. The AI just isn't great still. And I'm going to hold their feet to the fire for that. I don't give a damn about how visually impressive the campaign was. I don't care how you kind of interwove it or whatever, or how decent it was. I don't necessarily think it was leagues better than Modern Warfare 3. And people saying that oh man, this is so much better. The campaign is literally only 4 hours longer. Point blank, period. It's still a shorter campaign. Sure, that's normal length for a story campaign. I don't even particularly think that I like the side content in there. The campaign gives you perks and whatnot to upgrade your character. For an example, you can get sleight of hand in campaign, or you can make your guns have more penetration. It's like, okay, what are we playing? Are we playing a horde survival mode, or am I playing the story? None of this shit applies to the story. So in the story, I just all of a sudden get better bullet penetration, or I just all of a sudden do more damage to armor, or I just all of a sudden get more health, or I just all of a sudden, because you have upgrade paths, the different storyboards, you get money and different things that you can collect to help upgrade your character. So it's like you're progressing your character for this story, and it's like, this isn't COD. This is not Call of Duty. I don't need an upgrade path for my character in Call of Duty. I just need you to give me a blockbuster style shooter that has me on the edge of my seat. And I feel like some of that was missed for other things. Now, that's just kind of my take on the overall story, on the campaign and whatnot. But I did enjoy it for what it was, right? Had some interesting moments. I still felt like it was somewhat basic. They didn't lean enough into what makes COD kind of that, why I personally enjoy playing Call of Duty campaigns, but it is what it is. Other people found some happiness in it. Again, IGN gave it a 9 versus the 4 that they gave the last one last year. And again, I just don't see how you look at the previous one and say it was significantly worse than this, which again makes you look at the grading scale. And I think that's the only thing that I would speak to as far as that. It's like there is some weird things happening there, but nonetheless, it was good for what it was. I don't think a 7 is, again, we talk about that all the time. Like 7 on our scale is a pretty goddamn good game. Even if to everybody else it's average. Nonetheless, multiplayer. The main issue that I'm having with multiplayer right now, or just with Call of Duty, is that it keeps resetting. And this is through Call of Duty through the Xbox app, right? It keeps resetting my settings. And that is extremely fucking annoying to me, because it's not like, oh, we just changed your video settings. No, you changed my controller settings, you changed my audio settings, you changed literally all my settings back to default. So now, the past 6 times that I've started Call of Duty, every time I've had to go in and literally readjust everything. It makes me not want to play. It really does. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I don't like setting stuff up in my game the first time, and then me having to reset it up every time that I reload the game up. I don't see the fun in that, because again, because I have it set up a certain way, I have to spend 5 to 10 minutes to go through all these settings to make sure that they are right, or something is going to feel off when I play, right? There's certain things that I look for, that I want in my experience. And again, this leads why console gaming is always still going to have the benefit more than any other platform, is because again, there's nothing like that set it and forget it. I know that console players are not having an issues with setting savings. It is annoying as hell. And Nick's, he says, I think there's a sync cloud issue. I've been having issues here and there syncing to the cloud. Not sure if your issue is related. And it could be a cloud sync issue. I just don't care. I don't care if it's a cloud sync issue. It should not be an issue. It is a deterring factor. And I did find myself the last 2 times that I thought about playing Call of Duty, not playing, because I saw that my my settings were changed back to default. It just turns me off in that moment. It's like, man, I really just don't feel like dealing with this. Again, first world problems. It is what it is, but it is something that I'm finding annoying. Skill-based matchmaking. I'm still trying to find the issue with skill-based matchmaking, right? I'm not in the, I don't know if it's a minority or majority, but I think a lot of people just don't like skill-based matchmaking. I think people don't like skill-based matchmaking because they would just prefer to be able to shit on people all the time, and not play people of similar skill. I don't see the point in that, right? Now, when you have those games, that's fun, and I hear that, and I do agree. In regular matchmaking, there should not be any SBMM. There shouldn't be any skill-based matchmaking in regular multiplayer. Now in ranked, that's where skill-based matchmaking should apply. But I don't see the problem in skill-based matchmaking, because what I see more so happening is people admitting that they are not comfortable playing against people of a similar skill. I come from a different era maybe, so I just look at that different. I don't have to perform the greatest every fucking game. It doesn't, I think what's more impressive when you're able to get, you know how you see those clips of people just taking out the whole team? Like there was one person going around, this dude was in their spawn the entire fucking time, and he got like 20 kills while I'm there. I don't think that's impressive. I think that's dumb and corny as fuck. That's why skill-based matchmaking exists. Now, Call of Duty still needs to work on its spawns. Point blank. There's no reason why anybody should be in spawn murdering people. It just shouldn't happen. Especially when you're playing objective-based game modes, the spawn should swap. Or you need to enforce a, not necessarily a penalty, but give these players that are spawning in some form of protection. Maybe 2 to 3 seconds of spawn protection, right? I think that's one way to help eliminate some of the issue that people have with skill-based matchmaking, right? And those people, they're just, when you get overwhelmed, it's just like how Call of Duty has always been. When you get overwhelmed by a decent team that knows what they're doing, you're not going to have a good time, right? And actually, especially when you're playing domination, which I still don't fucking get. And part of the thing that would help with the spawns and domination, if you stop pushing the fucking spawn. Stop. How about you just cap A and B and just leave it at fucking that, or capture C and B and leave it at that? If you go all over the fucking map, then people are going to spawn in random fucking places. We've been playing these game modes for ages, and nobody still understands of how to play them at a basic level. And you get into lobbies, and I'm bringing this up because I get into lobbies, and that's what I heard people bitching about because I got game chat on. Oh, there's people spawning over here. I'm like, dog, I just saw you in their spawn.
Right.
So what do you
think is going to happen?
What do you think is going to happen? Who keeps spawning behind me, man? Oh, I just spawned. Yeah, you just spawned and got killed by somebody in our spawn because you pushed their spawn. How does that not make sense to you? Look, I get, as gamers, we like to complain and find things to find issues with. And again, they do need to work on that. There has to be an answer for making these spawns better, or help to, what I would say, give people a better player experience. But that's not on me to figure out. That is on fucking Call of Duty, Activision, whether it's spawn protection, whatever it is to help give people a better experience. I think that's the only issue that I see with skill-based matchmaking, because again, just real quick, Pong, because I want to touch on something that you mentioned. Pong has mentioned before, and he mentioned it recently at on one of the shows. I don't know if it was last night or prior, but Pong will be in matches, like he uses me and Jasper as an example. Again, I don't think me and Jasper are the Call of Duty gods, but we're not, in comparison, we're not necessarily average either, right? So when you get people in our lobbies, you're end up playing higher skilled players. I think that's an okay thing. I think actually Black Ops 6 has done a little bit better, giving you a variance of different players in your lobby, right? Because that's not everybody, not playing stacked teams, at least from what I've noticed. But when Pong leaves our lobby, he plays by himself. He gets put back into a pool of people that are similar to him, and he's rocking and rolling, right? But again, should Pong not have some form of skill-based matchmaking? Because again, I'm telling y'all what's going to happen is, if there's no skill-based matchmaking, you're still going to find stacked teams. Because that was part of the reason, from what I remember, was one of the biggest reasons why SBMM got introduced in the first place, because people would run with stacked teams.
And back in the day, Steel, what you would do is you wound up in one of those lobbies, you just quit out. and you find a new lobby.
Yeah.
Right? That's what we used to do all the damn time. If we rolled in and we were just getting rolled, because back in the day, you would continuously just keep rocking with the same lobby, right? It would just roll to the next map. You would roll right in with the same people. So if you got into one of those, you were backing the fuck out and going to find a new lobby. We used to do that all the damn time, of course. Yeah,
100%. But what were you gonna speak to as well? As far as
I was going to speak to exactly what you were just talking. I was going to just do exactly say what you exactly say is the point I was going to make is that for me, skill-based matchmaking does work because, like Steele said, even when I get put back into my own place, right, or with people of my skill level, what will happen is if I finish top 2, top 3 consistently for a few rounds, right, suddenly I will get bumped. I can feel it, right? I will get bumped up in the skill base, and all of a sudden I am now middle of the pack again, right? So if I'm middle of the pack, that's fine. Again, I don't mind playing against higher skilled players because you can learn, you do get better. I do believe that steel sharpens steel and all of that. Like I get that. Do I want to do that? Do I want to do it constantly? No, because I'm not that competitive dude anymore, right? So I just whatever. But I'm okay with it. But what does happen is if I start dropping into the lower half, within literally, I've been paying attention to it on this Call of Duty, literally with 2 to 3 matches where I'm finishing the bottom half, it peels me right back again and puts me back down to the lower match. So it is actually pretty damn good how they've gotten to this point with skill-based matchmaking. Like I understand like the complainers are a lot of high-level content creators who want to create these ridiculous
I dropped
videos.
A nuke. Bro, you're not dropping a nuke on nobody though. Like
so they just want to play against weaker competition so that they can have their content, right? That's the vast majority. But honestly, skill-based matchmaking has gotten very good from my standpoint as a middling average to a little below average player at this point in my life. It actually has gotten pretty damn good. As far as the spawning and shit goes, the only thing I will say, Steel, is that, like you said, it's very hard. I can't imagine trying to control it. The small maps, like Nuketown, and that, there's no way they could create a spawn system that's going to account in those types of situations. The bigger maps, I can see where people have problems with it because, sometimes it doesn't make sense. But to your point, sometimes it makes a lot of sense if you sit back from a standpoint and go, well, no, we had 2 guys running off on their own on their side. Of course they're going to push. Of course they're going to push the spawn. It's going to happen. I think eventually AI will be one of the big. I hope so. AI should, my idea, and I'm just off the top of my head, AI should be able to, on the fly,
look ahead,
adjust spawn points everywhere, right, and see it in like way beyond anything they can program. I think AI will eventually help with those spawns where we can get, where it can instantly change a spawn point.
Because that's the other thing. You have to also consider when you die, you're instantly spawning back.
Yes. Yes.
So it's not like back in the day where you had like a 2 to 3 second delay in between you spawning. So I mean, and I would imagine that's another thing that would probably help in you not have that experience, but people don't want to wait. They see that as a problem.
Back in the action.
I don't mind the wait, right? If you're going to give me a good spawn. So it is finding that balance, because if you make people wait, when I spawn, I shouldn't instantly die. But if you make me wait and I spawn and I die instantly, then it's like, okay, why am I waiting then? I might as well just spawn and I'll deal with whatever the consequences I have. But again, it is something that Activision needs to work on. Again, I'm going to always hold their feet to the fire because I do still appreciate Call of Duty multiplayer. Black Ops 6 does feel fucking fantastic to play. In every way, shape, and form, I really, truly love the experience that I get from playing Call of Duty. Again, I'm one of those people that more so enjoy playing ranked in Call of Duty randomly with randoms as well, regardless of how I end up performing. That's just a me thing. But I am finding it is there is a lot of fun to be fun to have in this one, and that's impressive. There is some inconsistency still. I don't know if it's connection that's causing some TTK issues, time to kill issues, because there's this thing coming out again about there being skill-based time to kill. And I have noticed in some games, if I've been rolling, where all of a sudden my next game, because you get used to the time to kill on certain guns. Like me, I get over obsessive. So like I'll pick one gun and use that gun until it's fully leveled up. and then I'll move on to the next gun, right? I'm not talking about getting camos or whatever. I just level it. If the cap is like 48 or whatever, 38, whatever the level cap is for that gun, I'll get it to that cap, and then I'll move on to the next gun. So I have a good experience with using that gun. It's one of the things I miss from Call of Duty that I think a lot is eliminated now, because you have people who do play much more and frequently than we do. And again, it is something that I'm going to end up using for like Warzone and stuff like that, and for future reference for like ranked and whatnot. People who play more than me get an idea of what builds they're running and whatnot. But you get familiar with the kind of how long it should take to kill somebody on a multiplayer match, and it just becomes inconsistent in certain matches. It's just like, hey, I emptied half a quarter of a clip. I didn't kill him that time. And you can shoot them in the same general area as well, and you still get those issues. So, yeah, it kind of is what it is. On that aspect, but again, I'm always going to hold their feet to the fire, because I do want them to continue to make that better. But that's Black Ops 6 in a nutshell for me thus far. So hopefully I can catch some of y'all online sometime, man. If y'all end up playing. I did also play the Monster Hunter Wilds demo, and ladies and gentlemen, I am 1,001% convinced and committed to Monster Hunter Wilds. 1,000%. Game feels fantastic to play, looks fantastic. Capcom just took it up a whole other echelon with this game in particular, especially with the seamless nature of it, kind of going from that cutscene feel to in gameplay, even your own created characters, a little bit of customization that they're allowing. Well, the additional, not a little bit, but the additional customization that they're allowing, because now the outfits aren't just sex based, so you can kind of mix and match and make whatever outfits that you want now. I stopped playing the beta after I found out that there's not much else to do after you do the initial, I would say, couple hours of the demo, which I think is a good baseline for a demo to give you an idea of what you're experiencing. Now, I don't want people to get confused though, because this is still Monster Hunter. And if you're not a Monster Hunter fan or have interest in Monster Hunter, this game is still not going to be for you, because I think this game is going to lean even more into what made Monster Hunter World special, making you feel more part of that experience, while also taking some of the things that they've learned. Again, being able to camp out in the middle of wherever, with the chance that a monster could run up on you, I think is super dope. Just having the experience, or having the somewhat mostly open world experience in Monster Hunter is just a super dope feeling. And I only put about probably 3 or 4 hours into the demo, because again, I'm sold. I don't need to play anymore. Any other progress that I wanted to put towards the game, I want to do on full release. So I'm getting the digital deluxe for it. I'm getting the big boy version, the premium digital deluxe, whatever it's called. That's how convinced and committed I am to it. So for anybody that's interested, again, I think this is going to be another one of those where, Live a Split Screen might have to build up a community, or I might have to find me a community of some dedicated hunters, because I'm probably going to get in my MMO bag when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, because it does feel like that as well. There are performance issues. Again, for me, having a 5900X, it's a 12-core, 24-thread processor, and a 3080 Ti. At 1080p, there's no reason at native resolution why the game is running at 40 frames, especially in your main camp. Now you get into the open world and whatnot, and there's a lot of stuff going on in the open world. So I kind of imagine that it's more network related optimization that needs to be done that could be causing issues. I didn't try completely like solo offline or anything like that. But it is better in the open world. But even in the open world, I should be getting higher frames than I'm getting for the type of hardware that I have. So they do still need to work on the optimization side of things. But Monster Hunter Wilds feels great to play. Dual blades feels freaking outstanding. Even the bow, because I'm probably going to end up doing like a dual blade bow build, bow being my secondary in case I need to back off of an enemy, or if I'm just getting thrashed right now and I need to just take more of a different approach. That's going to be the thing that I end up doing, because this time around they're also going to let you have a primary and a secondary weapon that you can only change while you use when you jump on the mount. Something to keep in mind. But for a Monster Hunter game, this game is going to be phenomenal. It had over 400K people. You don't have to say thousand when you say K. 400K people on just the demo. And that is extremely impressive for Monster Hunter. Vandal says, Steel Rain, how's the hunting horn? I didn't use the hunting horn, Vandal. Be frank with you, I'm not one of those dudes who has, like, I use every weapon, right? I'm not a Monster Hunter vet, I would say, right? I've never essentially been so enveloped in it where it has been a mainline game. Now, I've put time into it, but even Monster Hunter World, I didn't come to understand what Monster Hunter was about truly until Monster Hunter Rise. Well, I would say towards the end of World. That was before Iceborne even came out. And Monster Hunter Rise, I think, really gave me a deeper understanding of what it was about. And I enjoyed, so now I do feel like I'm more inept. Well, not inept. I feel like I've adapted to what the game is asking from me. So now this time in Wilds, I do have a selection of weapons that I like to use, right? I do want to use Greatsword at some point, just for my love of Greatswords, just in general. I love big ass blades. Charge Axe is another one that I want to try out because that was the first weapon I ever used in Monster Hunter when I played World. But nonetheless, it just feels good to play. Shout out to Capcom for continuing to innovate, doing all the things that they need to do. And the game has crossplay, ladies and gentlemen. That is just the number one thing that I've been wanting. No matter what platform that you're on, we'll be able to play together. And that's such a beautiful thing to experience, man. It's such a beautiful thing. Decado says, yeah, I watched Steel while playing Veilguard and downloaded Wilds after. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, so that's kind of how I'm feeling about Wilds. I'm feeling really high on it. Can't wait for it to release. It is probably going to end up being my main game when that drops. It is coming out in February, I believe, as well. Same thing for Assassin's Creed. Same thing for Avowed. So I'll tell you right now, Avowed's going to get skipped, and at this point, I'm probably going to skip Assassin's Creed as well. Mainly because Shadows is always the game is going to end up being better later with all the DLC and everything that they drop in there. Assassin's Creed games always end up being better later. They're good up front too for their experiences, but I look back on like my experience with Origins. I didn't play Origins when it released. I played Origins years later, so I had all the DLC when I went to fight Anubis and everything for the first time. Like I got to experience all the content then and there. So that was super special. And I think Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be a game that I need to be enveloped in day one. Again, when I say I'm diving into my MMO bag for Monster Hunter Wilds, that's where you're going to be able to find me. Living Split Screen might end up becoming a Monster Hunter channel for some time while that's happening, right? Hey, I'll make sure to start a new playlist so y'all don't get confused. But so yeah, there's that. So shout out to Monster Hunter. Really good time with that outside of the optimization issues. Then Dragon Age. Because I have been playing Sparking Zero as well, but it's more casually. Again, it being a fighter, the fighter side of it does need some adjustments, and it's a game that's going to exist for time. That game is also just going to get better with time. It's kind of like fine wine. Again, and I get on, run a few matches, and then jump off. And because again, when I'm playing COD, they're just games that are easier to jump into, that I can even play for longer if need be, depending on how I'm feeling. Put on a podcast, whatever the case. I could put on a podcast and play COD like it's nothing. So there's something that's beneficial to me. But getting to the main crux, and we can go anywhere from here, main piece of conversation, because I know Pong is on the opposite side. And there is a deeper conversation that is being had about Dragon Age in totality. And let me see if I got, so now, and I do have that up so I can give my initial impressions, and then maybe I'll just dive into, what I'll do is I'll just give my initial impressions. Then once we shout out to the chat and get some other little things out. We'll just start with this as being the first topic. Before I go further with my impressions about Veilguard, I do want to shout out, I don't know if we did it or not, Brett Bingham with the 5 bones. He says, it's November, fellow stalkers. That's not what I meant. Pause. Stalker releases this.
I did get that one. I think that was when you got up and walked away.
Okay, cool.
So
cool,
I
cool.
did shout that one.
I just wanted to make sure. Yes,
Shout out to
Stalker.
Brett Bingham for the double. That's right. Brett can have a double today.
Boy, I forgot all about Stalker again.
Yep.
I do want to try.
Yep.
I do want to try
Coming
Stalker.
this month.
I do want to try Stalker. I never played Stalker 1, but I do want to try this one just to see what it gives me. I know it's more on the harder side of survival. I also be honest with myself. I don't know if it's going to have difficulty options. If it doesn't, I'll just take the experience for what it is. But we'll see. But anyway, so Dragon Age Veilguard. One, I want to preface this with, I am playing on the hardest difficulty, Nightmare. I think personally, I would recommend people to play on Nightmare difficulty. Now, you play on whatever difficulty that you want. If you want to play on normal, easy. I just think if you're playing on anything under Nightmare, I can see people steamrolling the game or saying that the game does not have depth to it. Early on, at least, for sure. But Veilguard was a game that had somewhat interested me, mainly because of what I've seen from the combat previously. Right. They showed some of those early trailers, like the first early trailer where they showed some of the story beats more so. I was like, cool, whatever. I don't think it looked bad per se. But I had just come off of trying the other Dragon Age games. Mind you, I have went back and played Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and I also tried to play Dragon Age Inquisition. All 3 of them. Well, those 3 I played for 3 hours apiece. At that 3-hour mark, the game didn't keep me. I was not interested. I got into the combat sections of them, completely disconnected from me. I was like, yeah, no, this isn't for me. I have no interest in this. I don't even want to see where the story goes, just based off of that alone. Even Inquisition made me feel that way earlier on, within that first 3-hour experience. Dragon Age The Veilguard answers those questions, answers the issues that I had in those previous Dragon Age games, at least up front. For me, the story is seemingly interesting, right? Again, anytime that I play a game, I'm not looking for the most in-depth story and told in the world. Again, if we're not creating games that there's going to be a game to follow another game, i.e. like a Mass Effect, I'm not quite sure of the level of depth that I expect in my stories typically. I just want them to be good, right? I don't want certain aspects to feel forced. And this is, I think, an ongoing thing as far as storytelling goes, because I do think that there's evidence to prove as well, not only in movies, but in games. As games has gained more popularity, I do think the story side of things has fallen off a bit, just the same way that it has in movies, right? After a certain point, when we've started making so much money off these movies, they started costing so much, whatever the case, there has been a drastic change in how stories are being told. Y'all talked about the Marvel effect in a lot of those movies. And again, even the Marvel movies, I don't take the Marvel movies to say, man, this is the most intrinsic experience that I've ever had. It made me think about my life choices. And man, I walked away with a life lesson. No, I don't look for that in those movies. And I think the MCU has done well with telling the MCU story. Not anything else, just for what the stories of the MCU is. Now, again, I do think that Civil War, Iron Man 1 and 2, I put Captain America in there a little bit. I thought his first movie was good. I thought Winter Soldier was solid. And there might be a couple others in there that I like on a story standpoint that are like, oh, that moved me. I really like what they did here. But I take those experiences for what they are. So coming into Dragon Age: The Veilguard, you have a lot of the people from the outside saying, "Hey, it's not as dark as I would like for it to be. Hey, it's colorful. It is Fortnite-ified. If that's the way that you want to explain it, or like Pong, I heard Pong mention this last night, Disney-fied, which I can see that. I can see how it has been Disney-fied in comparison to the other games. I can understand why that has been put there. Now, I don't want that to get confused with the game is graphically and visually a good looking game. When we're talking about like graphics in games that have an art style that are somewhat impressive, I do think that what they've done with the colors and the art style outside of some of the enemies, because again, I do kind of have some of those thoughts because again, my daughters grew up watching films like Frozen and et cetera, Moana and whatnot. I have a hard time kind of not saying that, oh, this character kind of looks like he would have been in this kind of movie, and a Disney, like something my daughters would have watched, right? I do have something of an issue with that, although they are presenting the underlying darkness of what is going on in this world, especially with the blight that they have going on. I guess the best way to explain it, at least earlier on in the game, it does bring a certain level of darkness that I think evens it out a bit. Now, do I think it would have been better if it would have leaned into being a grittier game? Yes. Reason being because this game also has executions in it, but the executions aren't like what I would think like in a Batman game or a Spider-Man game or just or Space Marine 2 even. Execution, I'm thinking, oh, when I press this button, when I press the right stick, I'm going to walk up on this enemy, I'm going to break his back and I'm going to slice his head off or, something like that, right? That is missing from here. So it takes away some of that grit, which I think would have done well and would have subverted some of the feelings that people have of the game being Disney-fied, because you could have leaned into, hey, these characters may look a certain way. And again, the game does somewhat explain, especially for somebody like me who's not familiar with Dragon Age, the game does somewhat explain why these enemies look the way that they do, right? Even the characters speak to it like, hey, these aren't the way that they typically look. What is going on, right? So it's like they also acknowledge it in the game. When I first heard them do this, on a storytelling aspect, it kind of helped me be like, oh, okay, well, I guess that explains it. But I'm not like super involved in the Dragon Age lore to know any better, right? So as far as like Dragon Age fans go, I don't know how they feel about that and how it's portrayed. I will say, as someone who is a fan of action adventure games, and games that have a decent story that interest me, that get your main character involved and you feel like you're part of whatever quest is happening, I think this game does that better than any of the previous Dragon Age games did. Point blank, period. Past 3 hours in, point blank, period. Again, I went back and played the previous games. I think in the first 3 hours, at minimum, the game does better getting me into being interested in what is happening, not only on a combat level, but also on what is happening in the story? Who is Solus? Who are these guys that they're trying to bring at? What is this evil? What powers do they actually have access to? What powers do I have access to? What roles that I play? Because again, being unfamiliar with the Dragon Age story, for me, the things that interest me, again, are things that I kind of pull from Mass Effect as well, is how they make you feel like you're in this world. And I will always speak to that, right? Making you feel like you're part of the experience, right? I don't feel like my character's out of place per se. Maybe it's just I've made good conversation choices. I haven't found a conversation choice yet in my 6 hours of game time that I felt like, oh man, that was off. Why'd he say that? Or that was weird. Why? I mean, they could have said something better. And again, maybe it was just my choices that I've made, because there are varying choices that you can make, right? I tend to lean on a little bit more on the humor, the serious side of some of the things. But to me, And again, I like to be very forthright and honest with people. There's a lot of things that I'm not searching for or looking for as well, outside of just taking the experience in for what it is. So me being the casual Dragon Age dude, I enjoy what this game is trying to give me, the direction that the story is trying to go. One of the characters just unlocked something, which I don't want to give any spoilers about, that I was just like, oh, that was the first time that I ran into something like, it felt somewhat random, but they tied it in story-wise. So I was like, okay, maybe that works, but if you're not supposed to typically have powers, if your lineage typically doesn't have, why did this speak to you? I want to find out why that is. So biggest thing for me is I see that the game is being divisive for a lot of different people. On Steam, it's getting very positive reviews, seemingly. Metacritic, a lot of the big outlets also, and I'm pretty sure this is something that Pong's going to speak to when we get to the actual topic itself. Because what I'll do is when we shout out the chat and I wrap up what we've been playing, I'll get into this article and then let Pong just get into what his main kind of things that he sees. Then we can kind of bounce off of each other from there. I do think that it's fishy when outlets, especially since we know that there are bonuses and money and incentives tied to outlets in certain teams and things that are happening behind the scenes for things to be portrayed a certain way. Mass media does it. It'd be kind of foolish to think that they're not going to do that in gaming, right? It is weird seeing how the big gaming media sites are saying similar things to each other, right? I think people have every right to question that. And if that ends up being a negative mark on some of the things that are happening, I think it does need to be evaluated. Though I will say, at least for me in my experience, and I always believe in, again, I wouldn't have been playing this game in the first place if what I seen previously didn't somewhat interest me, right? Again, very honest, I'm basically essentially playing it for nothing. I got coins through CD keys to get a month of EA Play Pro. So for $0, I can't necessarily see a negative for me trying the game out, but for that price tag, all the same, even I still see it as money spent because I could have used that on anything else. Even for what I have spent over time, whatever the case, I would have spent at least thus far, and unless the experience gets worse, and I heard it only gets better the more you get into the game. Even what I've gotten so far, the game's worth at least $50, at least to me. So, take that for what you will. I like what they did with the character customization. I don't like what they did with the women in here, leaving them very limited. I would like to have been made a woman that was a little bit more voluptuous because they allow you to make her Inquisitor, right? I wanted to make her a little bit more voluptuous because I like that, it's the things that I like, in that side of representation. If I just wanted to be petty, I could definitely speak out to. And for me, when it comes to representation, I don't think none of the other things in here necessarily bother me or feel forced, at least yet to me. A lot of it, again, is just choices. And I think a lot of the choices are dope that you have them in there. They have a lot of representation as far as hairstyles and stuff go. I'm bald. So, hey, as long as they got the bald option in there, I'm good. But I do like seeing my fellow brothers and sisters get their representation, as well. And again, I like to see games kind of, if you're going to have a character creator, then just allow people to create their character, like whatever the character may be, however it may be. If they want to be up, down, in between, whatever the case, if it's an option, I don't see why, at least for me, making the option is an issue, right? Because at the end of the day, it's an option. You can make your character however you want to. That is the whole point of it being a role-playing game. If you can be if you can fuck bears in Baldur's Gate, then it should be okay for you to be whoever you want to be in any other game that exists. That's me. Bert the Burial, I'm gonna shout you out because it's the first time seeing you, man. So shout out to you, appreciate you. He said the dialogue is atrocious, no human conversation ever sound like they talk in this game. He says it takes me out if it's so unnatural, pushing ideology. He also says I never sat down at a table and the person across from me will say I'm not binary. I haven't even got to that point yet. Burial says the conversation are not natural or just not natural. It's a terrible cringe. And Burrow, the one thing that I will say as well, that I will also speak out against or speak for, or however you want to take that, is if that's what you observed through other people playing it, hey, like, yeah, again, I'm all about that. Take what you want. That's what you've seen in your experience. It is what it is. I have played the game for somewhere around 6 to 8 hours. There has literally been nothing that has drawn a question for me yet. And I come from I am biracial. I have dealt with a lot of diversity in my entire livelihood, right? From all sides. Shit, people think that I'm fucking Spanish. I am not Spanish. Not every light-skinned person is Spanish. I'm sorry to tell you guys. I'm not Mexican either. Like, and but do I take issue with that? No, it is what it is. People are going to try to take things from what they see based off of their previous things. But there has not been a situation yet in my 6 to 8 hours of playing this game where I felt like, oh, God damn, it feels forced. Oh, God damn, why they put that in there? Oh, God damn, it just seems unnatural. Everything so far seems like it fits into the game or fits into this world that has been designed. But that's something that we can talk about and get into when we get into our Dragon Age topic right after we shout everybody out and get into it from there. But yeah, that's pretty much what I've been playing, man. I just kind of wanted to give some baseline thoughts and ideas of what my experience has been thus far. Yeah, and then just kind of go from there when we get into the topic later. So
you've been playing a lot.
Yeah, I've been.
You've been playing a lot.
Diving a little bit.
I knew your side was going to be impressive this week, especially with all the stuff you've been able to jump into. So, I did download Monster Hunter Wilds too. I do want to check it out before it goes away. I
don't know when the demo goes away. The fourth. I would say definitely jump in. Definitely jump in and try. If anything, just for that first 2 hour experience.
Yeah, because and the character creator.
It's
the character creator. Because I get to carry it over. The character creation, for anybody who doesn't know, it's just like Dragon's Dogma. You go in the character creator of Monster Hunter Wilds, you can carry over that character. And
it's in depth as well. I didn't see the premium edition stuff that you get.
But I saw your little post. I saw your little post.
I have a thing with chicks with the demon horns, at least. Only Yodohime is the only example that I can use. And
you like little devil horns, not Quinari. You don't like Quinari horns, right?
No, I don't. Not the ones that dragon. That character fucking it. I thought about it. I was like, I can't change the fucking forehead. Why does it look like this shit is ugly as fuck? I do. For people who are fans of Dragon Age or familiar with those characters, that is fucked up. That is some bad, because how dope those characters should have been. So much doper than that, bro.
Look at Dragon Age 2. Go look at Dragon Age.
I've seen them. But you literally overly humanized them, and that was not needed. It just wasn't. Now, if a mod comes out and fixes it, I'll swap races. I'll swap directly because I thought they were cool. They even got some cool horn designs and everything. But I'm not about to take that fat ass forehead. It just doesn't look cool, man. So I made a human. So it is what it is. But yeah, man. Yeah, they did Ghost Fixture. I do agree with that. In Inquisition, the Cunard did look better because I do remember seeing that. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is bad. Anyways, let's get the chat shout out, then we'll hop in to the conversation real quick. So, everybody, thank you again for joining us on Living Split Screen. This is your first time here. Let us tell you that Steele and I, we don't do anything formal, right? We are off the cuff. We will have This situation where almost an hour and a half in, we are just getting through our intros and what we've been playing for the week, because we talk gaming here. We talk a lot of gaming. We talk high level stuff. We talk all different topics here about gaming, but we are all over the place, and we let the chat dictate a lot of what we do too. Is if somebody brings something cool up in the chat, we're going to talk about it. So yeah, buckle up and get ready. 3+ hours. This is how we do it, freeform. So let's go. We got the one and only Sanchez, MTZ Gaming. Thank you, brother, for being here. I do have to be a little careful with my voice because it's still not 100%. I'm going to start coughing. Eastside Vandal, what's going on, brother? Great to see you here. Eastside says Steel Rain is bigoted against big foreheads. Confirmed.
There you go. There you go.
Big
You found
forehead.
Rescue.
Rescue Squad Culp, I see you and back. Good to have you back, brother. Thank you for joining us. The one and only Nam. Omar's in the house. What's going on, Nam? Birth to Burial 10 is in the house. What's going on, Birth? Decado, what's going on, brother? Great to see you as always, sir. Fahim Scott, yo. I saw you in here earlier, Fahim. Good to see you, brother, as always. Tim the Sorcerer joining us on a nice Saturday morning. Thank you, Tim the Sorcerer, for always being here as well. The Ghost Fixture is in the house.
Sanchez,
what's going on, Ghost?
Sanchez MTZ says Steel is actually a DEI hire for living split screen.
Yeah, I had to check off a box when I was looking for my co-host. That's what I had to do. So Steel
That
fit.
is so fucking funny.
Steel fit.
That is so fucking funny.
Oh shit. Oh, let's see here. We got that God Emperor Sofa King in here. What's going on, God Emperor? Great to see you live. Supremacy is in the house. What's going on live? Thank you for joining us. As always, appreciate that. The one and only Nixie, of course, is joining us. Great to see you in here, Nixie. Appreciate you so much, brother. Jesse James is in the house. What's going on, Jesse? Always good to see your name popping up. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Who else is rocking with us today? Let's keep scrolling up. We got the Delroy. What's going on, Delroy? Great to see you. Great to have you a part of the show as always. Poison Maniac is in the house. What's going on, Poison? Not 100%. Still catches me. King. Excuse me. King Styles is in here. Says, good morning, y'all. Just stopping by to say have an awesome show and weekend. About to head out to my daughter's UIL area marching band competition.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you're still here, King Styles, but I hope she does amazing and have a great day with the fam. That sounds awesome. So have a great day. And thanks for dropping by and saying hi. It means a lot for anybody to do that. Again, whether you're here for 5 seconds or whether you're here for the entire time of the show, Steele and I, it's never expected and always appreciated, all of it. So thank you for that. Oats is in the house. What's going on? Oats says Stalker and Ravens Watch are my November anticipated games. Okay. Forgot about Ravens Watch. Oh, Oats, you brought that up. Yeah, I think I got it on my wish list, but I'm gonna go back and check. But yeah, that's another good one. I'm not gonna have time. Let's see. Let's scroll. See how far back I can go. Brandon Martin's in the house. What's going on, Brandon Martin? Great to see you as always. Thank you for joining us this morning on a nice Saturday. We got the Bellatone in the house. What's going on, Bellatone? Oh man, one of my favorite names to shout out. Oscar Emilio A. Gonzalez is in the house. What's going on, Oscar? Thanks for being here, man. We got the brother from another hitting us up from space somewhere. Lore Master Jasper's in the house. What's up, Lore? It was great to podcast with him for a little bit last night, too. Great to hear his voice. I think that's as far as. Let's see who jumped. Let's see. Did I skip anybody up here? I always look. I'm usually pretty good with my memory. Oh, Dr. Dinglenut is in the house. What's going on, Dr. Dinglenut? What's going on? I see you. Appreciate you for being here, brother. Thank you. Who else we got in the house? Hyper King X3. What is going on, Hyper King? Great to see you as well. Thank you for joining the show today and being a part of it. Scrolling down, see if I missed anybody else in here. I don't think I did. Nope. I think we're all good. Oh, Delroy says I might miss the next 2 weeks. We'll be traveling in Thailand. Glad I could catch this. Delroy.
I appreciate you, Del.
What do you do, brother? Like, what do you travel all the damn time? Like, it is crazy. I am jealous of you, my friend. It is absolutely amazing that you could go to see the world, because you really do. Like, I don't know how many places you've been, but it's crazy. I hope you got one of those big maps hung up somewhere in your house or your wherever you live at, and you've got it marked off how many countries and places you have visited, because I gotta imagine that that's pretty impressive. So that's awesome. Yeah, Delray, a little of this, a little of that. I got you, man. Spec Ops in the house. Watch Spec Ops. He's running missions. He's running missions, folks.
He's the non-racist Liam Neeson. He's
Oh shit! Great. I do over 50. Holy shit, Delroy!
Shit.
Congratulations,
Okay,
man.
nice.
Yeah, I am jealous.
Yeah,
man.
a lot of people don't get to do that, man.
No,
a lot of people don't get to do that.
That's
Most
impressive,
people.
man. Delroy sells propane and propane accessories. What the fuck? What is that?
He probably does. Shout out to Hank Hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for being here, Delroy, and have safe travels when you do leave, man, for sure. All right, so go ahead. We can get into the topic if you want to. Are you gonna do upcoming games? What are you gonna do?
I was going to do some upcoming games here, possibly.
Okay.
But I forgot what the site was. Okay, releases.com.
Yeah, release. It's the most generic name of all time.
Yeah, I typed in upcoming and I was like, why is it not popping up? Oh, it's because it's releases.com. But let me see if I can get this list up here for you guys. This is going to be through November 2nd through the 9th, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see here. 4 years ago, we want to do next week. They're doing it for November 4th through the 10th. So, yeah, let's do it. Let me bring that up for you guys. Upcoming games. Oh, welcome to the upcoming games, ladies and gentlemen. I need to first get the window up for the upcoming games here. I believe that's Chrome. Yep, sure is. It sure is.
It's coming. It's coming.
Somebody's coming for sure.
Coming.
Somebody's coming for sure, but we'll leave that alone.
Pause.
We will leave that alone. All right. So starting off on the November 7th, and I think they're doing this again by most anticipated first, and then going from there. But we're starting off with Mario and Luigi Brothership. Hey, the brothers return for a brand new adventure on the high seas.
RPGs.
Set sail with Mario and Luigi on Ship-Shape Island, part ship, part island, and journey through the vast world of Concordia. Launch out on Ship-Shape's cannon to visit, explore, and quest your way through islands that range from tropical rainforests to bustling cities. Meet new friends along the way, like Connie and Snoutlet. Hey, well, shout out to all you grand old Mario fans out there.
Yeah, and Steel, just to give you a little, I knew I had read this. I knew I had heard this. Again, this brain captures some things when I'm scrolling through Twitter sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. For all you Mario and Luigi Brothership fans, a little piece of info that is pretty freaking actually awesome. If I was into Mario and Luigi, and I know a lot of people are, obviously, but this is an RPG, Steel. This is co-developed. This is co-developed by Acquire. If you don't know who Acquire is, they did Octopath Traveler, Tenchu, and Tenchu Way of the Samurai.
Oh, damn.
So yeah, they got some RPG talent there. Octopath Traveler, anybody who's played that, I know for a fact is going to appreciate that. That is a freaking amazing RPG. So yeah, it's pretty dope. I had been scrolling through Twitter and saw that like last week, I think, I want to say something like that. Probably going to come out to pretty good damn reviews. I would not doubt.
Yeah, that's sure. Okay. They're doing something different with the. I mean, it looks interesting. It looks like it's co-op too. So that's super dope. Art style is kind of meh, but hey, it is what it is. Shout out to everybody who's excited for Mario and Luigi Brothership. Yeah, shout out to that. It comes out in 5 days. November 7th. Then we got Slitterhead. This is one that was shown here recently. Actually, I said that it reminded me of Parasite. I didn't know this was coming up so soon. I thought it was still some time out. But this is set in the densely cluttered streets of Kowloon, filled with obscurity and chaos. This battle action adventure game casts players as the Hyoki, an entity devoid of memory and physical form. His only motive is to eradicate the monstrous beings known as Slitterheads, crawling around the city, disguising themselves as humans. Roaming the vibrant, neon-lit cityscape, players must seek out all their enemies. I made that last part up. But yeah, shout out to Slitterhead, ladies and gentlemen. This is something that is interesting to me. Let me see if I can skip through this video here to maybe get to more of the gameplay side of things. Let me see. I thought they had some of that in here. But yeah, it's going to be an action adventure game. I don't know how much is going to lean into the scary elements, because I don't play about scary games, but from what I've seen of it, it does seem to be an interesting concept. You can kind of jump from body to body. You have different melee attacks that you can do. I'm going to be interested to see how this game ends up actually turning out, how people review it, how it's looked at, seeing more combat gameplay and stuff like that. That would determine whether my interest in it or not. Wasn't it supposed to be coming? No, I don't think it's coming to Game Pass. I think I'm thinking about something.
Yeah, no, that is not coming to Game Pass. But
yeah,
shout out to Birth of Burai too. This is made by one of the original creators of Silent Hill, right? Is it Kichiro Toyama, I think is his name, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, or just in passing seeing his name, Kichiro Toyama, I think that's how you pronounce it. But yeah, one of the original creators of Silent Hill formed the studio and is making Slitterhead. So yeah, he's got a little messed up mind if you're creating Silent Hill. So I'm sure Slitterhead, by the looks of it, is going to be on that same level. So yeah.
Okay, dope. Yeah, it is definitely interesting and dope looking, and conceptually I am interested in it because again, stuff like that, supernatural kind of thing kind of does appeal to me for sure. Then we got Metal Slug Tactics.
I see you, brother.
What up, Jigga? Metal Slug Tactics, ladies and gentlemen. Metal Slug returns with an exciting new chapter in its storied universe. Dive deep into a unique blend of the iconic run and gun action, now reimagined as a dynamic tactical RPG with roguelike twists. Metal Slug Tactics seamlessly weaves the charm and uniqueness of Metal Slug into the tactical game genre. Immerse yourself in the dynamic battles that have become the Metal Slug hallmark, but from a fresh perspective. Strategically build your adrenaline bar to unleash powerful super attacks. After every confrontation, earn valuable war experience to unlock new weaponry and perks, enhancing your team's prowess. Metal Slug Tactics.
Also, Ikari Warriors is going to be part of Metal Slug Tactics. They had that video this week, and it is coming to Game Pass. Surprise. That was unannounced, but it was talked about this week, coming to Game Pass. So another surprise get by Xbox. Played the demo of this. If you like tactics games, if you love Metal Slug, both the things that I really like, this is a great tactics game from what I played in the demo. So, and it's going to be dropping into Game Pass, so no risk. So again, it's another dope get for Xbox, but look for that one. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's super dope. Yeah, I didn't know it was coming to Game Pass. That's super fire.
Yeah, that got announced this week, surprised out of the blue, again. And everybody picked, at first I didn't know if it was real because it started out as a small thing, but then everybody picked up on it. And yeah, it's coming because they announced it with the Ikari Warriors showcase that they did this week on the game. And then they just announced out of the blue that it's coming to Game Pass day one.
That's fire.
Okay, cool,
nice.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay, shout out to Metal Slug, man. That comes out November 5th. Then there's another one of Pong had tried out recently. He tried out the demo for this one. This is Empire of the Ants.
Oh, so good.
It says here, inspired by Bernard Werber's best-selling novels, Empire of the Ants brings you a strategic gaming experience that faithfully captures the essence of the iconic book series. Prepare for an immersive journey as you defend your territory through a series of tactical and strategic battles in a microscopic world of monumental proportions. To triumph over the myriad of challenges that lie ahead, you'll need a combination of exploration, strategic prowess, combat skills, and the vital alliance with the local wildlife. This comes out November 7th. Empire.
It is absolutely freaking amazing. If you love ants, if you love RTSs, you gotta check out Empire of the Ants. It is freaking incredible. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I saw that clip that you posted on there. I was like, damn, this game is fucking kind of massive. Man. I'm not a bug fan. I'm so cool off of that shit. I wish they'd all burn and die. But, as long as they stay outside, I'm cool. So it is what it is. They can be part of the ecosystem.
Eastside's propaganda of the week is everything is trash if it's not Metaphor Refantasio. Steve.
That's fair. So. That's fair. I don't think it's that. I don't think Metaphor is that great, but that's fair. That's fair. If you're loving it, that says something about Metaphor.
Apex. Great to see you jumping in here. UE5 engine. Yes, you are correct.
Yes.
Freaking excellent. Yes.
Hey, unless you know it's possible.
The one and only Mav is in the house.
What up, Mav?
We'll talk to him tonight on the Shop Podcast, by the way, everybody.
There you go. Good show. Good shit. All right. That's coming out on November the 7th. Then we got Metro Awakening VR. In the aftermath of a nuclear Armageddon, survivors cling to life with the subterranean depths of Moscow Metro, humanity's final sanctuary and resting place where apparitions and specters haunt the living in this artificial purgatory. You assume the role of Sardar, a doctor and staunch rationalist who dares to navigate the darkness, pervasive radiation, and lethal perils of Metro in pursuit of his wife and the life-saving medication she urgently requires. Hey, you like a little something with some depth to it? You got VR, Metro Awakening, guys. Never played Metro, so any of the Metros.
Metro's good. It's really good. We're going to see how Stalker 2 compares since they've been gone for a while, since that's the original game that influenced, obviously, Metro. The other half of GSC that left is the Metro team. Metro is a lighter version of Stalker 2. It's a little bit easier than Stalker was. And again, we'll see how Stalker 2 turns out. But from all the previews, people are saying it's as hard as the original, which will take it up a notch over Metro from that standpoint. Also, Metro doesn't quite have the decision-making consequences aspect that Stalker does. But Metro is a very good Stalker spinoff because, again, half the part of the original team from GSC Game World went over and created Metro. So that's why you have so many similarities. So it's a very good version. I can't imagine that game in VR though. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, no, that'd be insane. Yeah, not for me.
Yeah. No.
Shout out to Metro Awakening for those who are interested. Then on November 6th, you got Planet Coaster 2. Hey, these coaster games, these tycoon games used to be the shit for me back in the day. I used to love really getting enthralled into them.
Theme park,
bro. It used to be so dope back in the day, at least for me.
I picked up Planet Coaster for $2.99. I think it was on sale on Steam a couple months ago because they're coming out with Planet Coaster 2. I picked up Planet Coaster. Yeah, bro, these games are still fun as hell to me, man. I love these games. Yeah, they just something about you got to set up the bathrooms and stuff, otherwise you get trash and poop everywhere. And oh my god, it's hilarious.
It's dope. It's kind of like when you think about The Sims. This kind of this is kind of like where I go for like Sims like content. Something that you create this amusement park, and everybody's amusement park is going to be different, right? I think that's the other thing that makes it super dope. Micromanaging, the people that come through and the unhappiness and the stuff like that. The game side of things, it's just a cool experience for sure. But shout out to Planet Coaster 2 for those who are interested. Then we got Mirthwood coming on November 6th on PC. For those who don't know what Mirthwood is, because I don't, Mirthwood, an enchanting RPG life sim set in a medieval fantasy world. Fleeing from a war-ravaged continent, your arrival in a new land offers a fresh start. Immerse yourself in a sandbox experience that lets you choose your own path. Manage your homestead, build a farm, plant and harvest crops, raise animals, and upgrade facilities to craft items and gear. Establish a peaceful life for your family, trading goods from town to town. Mirthwood features a rich, fully realized world with stunning hand-drawn graphics, immersive sound effects, and an all-original music score. You can also explore an open world consisting of 6 diverse regions and 3 distinct towns. Hey, shout out to Mirthwood if you guys are into that, man.
It looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. It looks kind of cool. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Birth to Burial Steel is Corey's seat. It's Corey.
Oh, okay.
So he's like, yeah, nobody ever remembers that. That's so. Anyways, it's just his gamer take.
Okay,
it's ridiculous.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Corey. Yeah. So thanks for being here, Corey. Appreciate you. Anyways, yeah, no, this game looks kind of cool. It looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. See, it's crazy how many of these games show up on. You wonder how we talk about all the damn time. Even the indie games are so risky and how these people put it. But on PC, on Steam, bro, these games come out all the freaking time, bro. You can go into these genres, whereas console, yeah, they're on console, but they're much more limited. You want Steam? There's thousands of these types
all
of
kinds
games,
of stuff, bro.
And they all seem to be doing good, like okay, good. Like it's just weird, man, how we hear about how many issues are in the industry. And obviously there are massive problems, especially on AAA side. We know this, right? And how risky it is. But man, these indie developers, some of them just keep pumping out and they all compete in a lot. The genres that they're competing in, they're not making brand new games that nobody's ever seen before. but they somehow all still survive and succeed and make a living off of making these types of games. It's nuts.
And it's
Steam is a different world.
I think
PC
that's
is a different world.
I think that's the main thing that
Yeah.
not to take it to a different place real quick,
No.
I think that's the main thing that I think is an issue in the industry, is that there is too much content, but you don't have these studios hiring these people, and how else these people are going to get noticed, right? And a lot of people, again, people who are creatives don't always want to be controlled over whatever experience that they're trying to create, right? They want to make it free and willingly on their own time, and stuff like that. But when you get stuff like this and it becomes solid, I think the most unfortunate part is there's going to be a lot of people who may not experience this game, be completely unaware of it. And if there aren't places like us, Living Split Screen, that like to talk about upcoming games, and no, this game is not for me. And I'll tell y'all right up front, I'm not going to be playing this game.
Of course not.
But this game could be for somebody, right? And maybe us talking about it, at least giving a little bit of a description. That's why I really fuck with releases.com right now. The way that they break it down, all the descriptions, the video that they have a really good setup for at least describing the game, getting people somewhat interested, and giving them a little bit of that, not a nut to chase, but a little bit of that, that juiciness that you look for, a little bit of that detail that you may look for that maybe perks some ears. So, yeah, man.
Yeah,
sure. Industry's crazy.
Again, it is crazy. Again, going through Steam, as I now do, and going through the key sites and stuff, it is insane how many games are available, like that you don't even know about, that you've never heard a word of, and yet you go look at them and they've got 1,500 positive reviews, 2,000 positive reviews, and I'm like, bro, what is this game? And then I start looking at it, I'm like, holy shit, I'd love to play this game. Look at this game. So it's just a totally different world than the console, because I come from a almost 100% console background for nearly my entire life. Like, that closed off ecosystem where everything is controlled, where we've had limited game availability based upon the publishers and developers who want to make for console. But then you go to PC, and like I said, you just got this whole realm of indie developers that only develop for PC, or AA developers that only develop for PC. And all of a sudden they've got all these freaking fantastic games that are right up my alley that I've never ever had on my radar in any way, shape, or form. And there's like thousands of them. And it's like, what? It's mind-boggling, man.
Yeah, a lot of the bigger corporations got red tape, and they want to make sure they make a dollar off. Again, when a lot of things is driven by profit, and that's what makes this industry crazy and interesting as well. Because, I mean, again, more and more people are popping out showing that there is talent out there. But what is the industry going to do to recognize that talent? Yeah. So it's not always about the money, I don't think. I don't think just because Mirthwood doesn't make $1 billion that there shouldn't be games like this that exist. No. But at least, but again, that's why I will continue to knock on that door of what makes us different from many other places. And I get that it's not something that is going to be tantalizing and juicy, but hopefully, our excitement talking about it and experiencing it and just showing it to more people, get some more people in the door for that.
And that's what we talked about last night a little bit too, Steel, is that's a lot of genres, a lot of games are dismissed in the console space. We were talking about that last night on
RTSs are dismissed.
RTSs, Flight Sim, all that stuff is just dismissed. Oh, that doesn't count. Because it's not the popular thing. And I know I'm different from most gamers, where I'm different from a lot of gamers, and how many different things I enjoy in gaming. Like, I enjoy tons of different stuff. Not everybody's like that. But at the same time, to your point, it is like, we need to talk. If you are interested in it, you need to spread the word. If you see something that's good in gaming that you're enjoying, even if it's not the most popular thing, even if it's not going to get you 1,000 likes or 1,000 views because it's not that big game, we need to talk about it, because we need to fill in the roles that aren't being played by the mainstream media, who's not going to give attention to these types of games and these types of experiences, because there's plenty of people out there gamer-wise that would love to jump into these types of games. So if you ever see anything or play something or catch wind of something, share it out real quick. It doesn't cost you anything, and you never know who you might attract. But those few people that do buy for these indie developers especially will make a difference in that indie developer's life. If you get 10 extra people to go check out the game or wishlist it, it makes a difference for the indie developers.
Hypercharge on Box is a good example.
I follow all the indie developers I see that have making any types of games that I'm interested in, and I retweet their stuff all the damn time. If you go through my X posts, you're going to see a lot of retweeting of the indie developers out here because all they want you to do is go wishlist their game on Steam. It just helps them get some visibility. That's all it does. Like it's crazy, but it works. So sorry, just got to get on a little soapbox there because I think it is important, man. There's so many good games out there that people will never touch in their entire lifetime.
No,
it could be like become their favorite game. It's crazy. It's like a treasure hunt. I love it.
Yeah, every time it's like a treasure hunt. Again, you go through Steam. I mean, again, it's a treasure hunt for me because that's what I do on social media as well. And y'all can go down my timeline.
Yeah, yours too.
The amount of indies people that I follow. Again, Morbid Metal being one of them. Yes. Anera being another one. These are games that are not out there being made by solo devs who are getting more people involved now and getting closer to release. But I don't think these games would have been recognized outside of, and I don't think anybody else is going to end up recognizing these games unless they become this mainline stream thing. And they may never be those, but those are unique experiences that, hey, if I didn't have Twitter in this example, I would have never known about that. Just scrolling through YouTube, or whatever else, just scrolling through Reddit, whatever, right? So it's super dope, super dope. Maximum Football is coming out on November 7th. Maybe this will provide some competition, but this is made by, what does it say? Maximum Entertainment. So if you don't know who those guys are, but it says lead your team into glory in the ultimate football simulation game. Choose to start your college career or play with the pros in dynamic and diverse stadiums nationwide. As head coach, you're in control of everything from drafting your roster to making strategic plays. Maximum Football has been completely revamped to provide players with a hyper-realistic experience that is completely free to play. Personalize your team to your heart's desire. Assemble your ideal roster and compete on the field either locally or online as you create your legacy. Precision moves deliver the true feeling of playing on the field, while smooth and responsive controls ensure every play goes as planned. Hey, for those of y'all looking for another football game, I don't know how. If this game, it doesn't look like it will. I wasn't really paying attention to the beginning. I don't know if they're going to have like actual college teams and NFL teams. Okay.
It costs too much. It costs too much. Yeah. No.
Which is fine. I don't think they necessarily need that. Will it provide competition? I don't know. With Madden being as big as it is, NCAA being back now, can Maximum Football League kind of find its unique place in this? What were you going to say, Paul?
No, I was just going to say, it's just good to have these smaller, we have a lot of these like little, small indie type sports games out there. It's good because you never know when one is going to play a hit, right? And might change the direction of a Madden, right? Or do something different. Again, I think it's going to have a direct influence? It's not, but it gives people an option no matter what. And again, when they allow you to customize your teams and do all that kind of stuff, that's when people just go out of their way to create full rosters from actual NFL teams or actual college teams. And you can just upload them, even though you're not playing with the real,
I do like that.
The real licensing, you're not playing without. Yeah. And again, there's a lot of fans out there of these games, honestly, that, even if it isn't like perfect, it plays more like the old school Maddens in a lot of ways. And that's what people appreciate. It's not what Madden has become now, right? You get the big plays, you get the wonky AI that sometimes really screws up, and that kind of stuff. But that's what we kind of grew up on. And so there's a lot of people that love them. So I like to see that these companies still make this stuff.
I guess the only question, and I think why the mainline games, sports games do better is because you have actual players that the stats are based off of. I mean, licensing, sure, but I think it's the players as well, because if you just put random characters,
that's part of the licensing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Overall licensing. That's what you get. You get to use the real players. You get to use the names. You get to use the teams. You get to use the stadiums. You get to use all that stuff. Right.
I look at it more like stat wise as well, because it's like, well, what are these players' stats going to be based off of? And I'm pretty sure they're going to be based off of real people or whatever the case. Yeah. But it's like, so how can you follow up with this? How do you make sure that it's a balanced experience? Is all the teams just kind of similar to each other? And it's just like who outplays who? Like I don't know how that ends up working. But hey, Maximum Football, maybe it's an option. Yeah, maybe to get some ground. So there you go.
Shout out to Wilfrey Rosario stopping
Wilfrey.
in. What's going on, Wilfrey? Ghost Wolf 35.99. I see you jumping in here too.
Ghost.
Understanding. I see you as well. Thank you all for dropping in here, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all. Then we got on PC, releasing on November 6th, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate. Hey, shout out to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This looks like to be like a Diablo-like Ninja Turtle game, from what I can tell here.
I'm sorry, what?
It's a Diablo-like, it's an ARPG
Sorry, what?
Ninja Turtle game.
There's no way it's an ARPG turtle game.
Bro, it's an ARPG turtle game.
There's no way.
That's what it looks like. It looks like a Diablo style Ninja Turtle game.
Why would not everybody be talking about this?
I don't know.
What's the title? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles what?
Splintered Fate. It actually looks kind of cool, considering.
Turtles is a roguelike quest.
Okay, I mean, okay, it's a roguelike. That's fine. But I mean, it's top down. It's ARPG style though. You got abilities and
yeah, it is. But it's well, yeah, okay, yep. No, I see why you were saying that for sure. But it's a roguelike. Okay,
yeah.
All right, cool.
There you go.
Okay.
So yeah,
it
I mean,
looks pretty freaking dope. I didn't even know this was a thing.
So it goes in and explains it like this. When Splinter is kidnapped by Shredder, mysterious portals simultaneously appear across NYC. With April and Metalhead analyzing recovered artifacts for clues, the Turtles battle to recover their father from the clutches of the Foot Clan. However, as the gang gets closer to Splinter's otherworldly location, an even greater threat lingers in the shadow. In Splintered Fate, brace yourself for fast-paced, roguelike action where no two runs are the same. It's kind of cool.
This is the one that was released on Steam, on Switch only. Switch and iOS got this game in July. So now it's coming to PC. That's why I didn't remember it.
Gotcha.
Okay. Cool. Looks good though.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's like Hades. It's like Hades, Delroy. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that might be good for some people.
Yeah.
So there's that. That's coming out on November 6th. Then we got the patch for Stardew Valley 1.6 that comes out November 4th. Y'all know about Stardew Valley. If you don't, go find out.
Crazy.
Then we got on November 6th, Brighter Shores releasing on PC. And Brighter Shores is a brand new adventure crafted by an award-winning MMORPG designer, Andrew Gower. Venture into a realm filled with magic and enigmas, offering a vast array of professions to explore and surprise at every turn. With an evolving narrative and hundreds of hours of gameplay, Brighter Shores promises an immersive experience.
What the hell? Bro, she just dumped that plate of food on him. What are we doing here? What is it? You can do crafting? Okay, so it's a crafting game. Okay, got you. Okay. Interesting. The monsters look interesting too. It's a weird direction.
Yeah, it's interesting. Hey, again, we talk about the smaller games, man. There you go.
I'm saying, bro, this stuff is so weird, but it looks cool as hell. God damn, man. Hey, Blind Giant, great to see you jumping in here. Thank you for joining the show.
I thought this came out already, but the Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster comes out on November 8th. I thought this came out already. Oh no, it's physical. Too. It's the physical version.
Oh, the physical version. Okay, yeah.
Dead Rising. I don't think necessarily needs to be explained. Y'all know what Dead Rising is, man. Mm-hmm. Shout out to it. It does look leagues better than the original game did. So there is that. So hey, you guys find some interest in it? There you go. Dead Rising Deluxe getting its physical release. And with that, that is your upcoming games, ladies and gentlemen. Bye. Oh, and we're back. Well, we're going to start off by getting into some of the Veilguard conversation here. Because again, I see people talking about it. There's extreme opposite sides to this, right? There are people who are playing the game saying, hey, all the people who are being overly critical on it or just being overly critical just because they're finding reasons or trying to get more reasons to be overly critical about the game. And then there's the other side as well who's saying that, oh, well, this game is shit. It's ass. It's all those other great terms that like to be used. It's trash. It's woke. Whatever term that you like to use. Again, I kind of gave my baseline thoughts on how I felt about Dragon Age. So I'm not going to get any further with that at this point. until after we get Pong's bars. But I'm going to be bringing up an article from GamingBolt.com that is asking what is going on with Dragon Age, the Veilguard reviews. Also, we got additional context that there is not going to be additional DLC for Dragon Age the Veilguard as well. I don't know whether that's a bad thing or a good thing, but it does apparently, and one of the biggest reasons why that's not going to happen is because the team is fully moving over to Mass Effect to start hammering on that. So this article is done by Ravi Senha, and let me see if I can get that up on screen for you guys. And we got switch there. And we're going to swap the window capture by out. Nope, that's a notepad. There we go. Boom. What is going on with Dragon Age? That is the wonderful question. The overall critical reception for BioWare's latest is positive. So why is there so much opposing discourse on them? And they want us to find out here. Of course, I got to scroll down 6 leagues. But nonetheless, before the reviews drop for any major game release, there's always this tension. After all those months, sometimes years of hype, teasers, trailers, previews, potential demos, Reddit threads, and gameplay showcases, we finally see what critics think. Whether it's a relatively new IP like Black Myth Wukong, which again, I think it's another game that was also overlooked for its performance issues. Again, we spoke about that as well. But nonetheless, or an exclusive with an established character like Astrobot, a remake like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or a remaster like, well, The Last of Us 2 Remastered, where the critical reception lands is something many await with bated breath. However, something is different with Dragon Age. Perhaps it's because this one is the biggest game of the year. Well, excuse me, let me correct my English. Perhaps it's because this is one of the biggest games of the year, but it goes beyond that. This is the first single-player title from BioWare since the disastrous Mass Effect Andromeda in 2017. Give you guys, and I've said this here, Andromeda was almost a reason I never was going to experience Mass Effect. Because I had years of people telling me, oh, Mass Effect is a great game. Oh man, of 1 through 3, there's nothing like it. I always had people tell me this for years and years and years. Then I play Andromeda, and hey, the gameplay is cool. I'm like, man, yeah, this gameplay is interesting, but where the fuck is the depth at? This shit is dry as hell. And then I actually play Mass Effect and understand why. Well, I don't understand why it ended up being that way, but I understand people's perspective on why they love Mass Effect the way that they do, and why Andromeda was a flop, per se. Anyway, it's the studio's last major release since even the more disastrous Anthem, which the conversation for Anthem is so like, I don't think it's touchy, but I do think there's a lot of disingenuous things that happen with this conversation. Because Anthem wasn't disastrous. The only thing that made it disastrous was the lack of content, lack of end game content. Because outside of that, Anthem was a good game. Yeah, it was weak on the story for a little bit, and it could have used some of the touch-ups that they were going to do with version 2. But it really, this is like literally one of the diamonds that are in the rough that EA is still looking over, which I don't understand, but maybe they'll, make use of it in Iron Man. So, but for Dragon Age fans, the Veilguard is the first new title in the franchise since 2014. I thought Inquisition came out in 2017, or was that 2014 as well? Anyway, then one.
Wait, what did you say? Inquisition?
Yeah,
2014.
That was 2014? I thought it was 17.
Yes.
Okay.
No. It's been 10 years.
Damn, it has been that long. Okay, cool. Then one must consider how big of a deal this is for the development team between the rumored reboots, confirmed direction changes, departures of key creative people, and management and name change. Dragon Age the Veilguard has come a long way over all these years. However, the reviews at this time of writing, at the time of writing this feature, which the screen just completely scrolled down, are out, and it's an 84 Metascore, based on 51 critical reviews, and it's an 80 based on 24 reviews, which again, this is coming from October 31st. These numbers could have changed by now. So there's that. Overall, it's not bad. Upon checking Metacritic's rankings of the best games of 2024, Veilguard is in the 60th best review title this year. However, what's become more interesting is the diversity of the reviews and responses to them. Why is this page just keep doing random loading? Despite a clear majority of the critics recommending the title, impressions are fairly divided on its quality. IGN gave it a 9 out of 10, praising its combat, companions, writing, and choices, saying it refreshes and reinvigorates a storied series that stumbled through its middle years and leaves no doubt that it deserves its place in the RPG pantheon. Eurogamer went with a 5 out of 5, praising many of the same elements while proclaiming it's as the strongest and the loudest answer BioWare could have mustered for the people still doubting whether it could do it. However, you also have the positive but not quite as glowing like GameSpot, who went with the 7 out of 10 for its review in progress. While it praised the environments and character creator depth, companions, and combat, depending on the class, it called protagonist Rook listless, found the character designs lacking, and disliked playing as a mage. Nevertheless, it closed by saying that the Veilguard feels like BioWare making a good BioWare game again, and that's something to be happy about. Now, again, for me, I recently played Mass Effect 1 through 3 through the Legendary Edition, so it will be very interesting to see how I end up feeling at the end of the game. Because, again, I have a direct BioWare comparison to make of recent memory, and I hold that very close to my heart because of how much I fucking love that experience. Anyway. Then they go on to say, then there are more mixed reviews, like The Guardian, which called the story the least interesting thing about the game and its gameplay by the numbers. It also felt Rook lacked a personality of their own. I don't agree with that, but again, maybe something changes. While praising the companions, the writing quality is noted to be very wildly, and players shouldn't expect the same level of banter as in Dragon Age Inquisition. It ended by calling this a perfectly enjoyable RPG, but an underwhelming Dragon Age game, which I could see that. I could see it. Again, me being the casual Dragon Age person, I can see why people may say, hey, it's underwhelming for a Dragon Age game. Again, I know people wanted something a little bit more grittier. And again, I even mentioned that during my diatribe. You know, I would have liked to see something a little bit more darker in some aspects, right? In at least tone, in art style. But again, not everything needs to be Elden Ring or a Dark Souls game either. But that's kind of just my outside perspective. These are only a handful of reviews, but each has pretty distinctive takes on why they like or dislike the game, even unique reasons for why Rook feels underwhelming. Some have pointed out the distinct lack of grim content, like in Dragon Age Origins, while others called it warm and welcoming, funny and hopeful, where one found the absence of something to be key demerit, another took what was given in a positive stride. If there's such a wide range, whether it's positive or negative, it indicates just how the latest title affected them differently. Some may have gone in with fond memories of the older games, but kept their minds open. I can relate, having relentlessly played Wise 10 Nordics, and though I had fun, I found it less enjoyable than Wise 8 Lacrimosa or Dana or Wise 9 Monstrum Nox. Okay, I appreciate you making those references. Let's see, we'll skip down a little bit. Reviews aren't the be-all, end-all of opinion and discourse. They're opinions from those who spent sufficient time with the game and provided their perspective on it, breaking down each aspect. You can disavow them just as easily as anyone would ignore your opinions, even if it has reviewed relatively well. I don't know if Dragon Age The Veilguard will financially succeed. If it is, who's to say it is enough for EA or not? And how would that affect the studio's approach? They're going to say, as a fan, they're excited to play. I wanted to see if there was anything else speaking to the seemingly consistent narratives that some of the different reviews kind of spoke to. I'm not really seeing that. Other than them making comparisons to Baldur's Gate 3. But let me pass it off to you, Paul, because I do feel like I've talked quite enough about at least my thoughts on it, my initial impressions, and then also diving into this article. What are some of the things that you have seen from Dragon Age The Veilguard? What are some of the things that are striking to you? And then we kind of can dive into more things from there.
Sure. Number one, you guys all know who's listening to this, but I'll just repeat it in case you guys are first timers or you just tuning into the show for the first time, so you understand kind of what our content is, because Steele and I are both on the same page here. Steele and I don't trash games just because they might not be for us per se. We certainly will be critical. We're obviously not toxic positive all the time and just say everything's fantastic. But we don't trash games and just say, oh, that's shit, and then move on. If we have a criticism of a game, we'll talk about it, whatever the case may be. Neither Steele nor I hope that any game fails.
No.
That's never been my thing either. Even if I completely disagree with the game itself, I never hope a game fails. I mean, again, that's just crazy talk. I don't think that does anybody any good of that part. Let the game come out, let it be judged. Let the customers, the gamers decide whether or not the game is worthy or not, and move on. If it finds a big enough audience, even if it's something that I completely don't like, so be it. Whatever. It's fine. So when I talk about Dragon Age, we've touched on this a couple times leading up to launch. Number one, I'm not the biggest Dragon Age fan. I've never claimed to be the biggest Dragon Age fan. Again, should it be a game that I love? Should it be a series that I love? Yeah, technically, high fantasy, love it. Back in the day, I loved the first one. Dragon Age Origins, loved it. Okay. Number two, good, but they started going away from the CRPG, which is why I loved Origins. But two, I still considered it good. It was a good time. It was fine. Story was good. I enjoyed two. Inquisition came along, and I wound up playing more of the multiplayer dungeon co-op levels, looting levels, than I did of the main game. All right. And that was after obviously BioWare had lost a lot of their talent at that point, even. Now they've lost even more. And so that's where I was with Dragon Age. So again, I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm the biggest Dragon Age fan and the whole series has been ruined for me, like I've been on my Star Wars rants before or anything like that. But I'm going to say this is that the magic that BioWare once had is gone. Okay. I was hoping that this game was going to come out and tell me that they had replaced a bunch of the lost BioWare talent with some new talent. And then this comes off of Andromeda. For you guys who don't know my Andromeda experience, I skipped completely Andromeda once I saw the technical issues, once I saw the absolute piss poor character writing, once I saw the actual just piss poor acting in some areas in that game, all the problems that everybody came up with Andromeda. I completely skipped Andromeda. Now I've gone back and played it. I just played it last year. I popped it back in. And I started playing Andromeda. And I've been on this show, been on all my other shows. When I played Andromeda, I said, you take Mass Effect out of it, and if you tell me that I'm playing a AA sci-fi game, I will say it's a good game. Okay. It's got combat's fun. It's got some good stuff to it, right? It's got some cool exploration, some really cool environments, all that kind of stuff.
Hold on.
So that's where I'm at with Andromeda.
Because I want you to dive deeper into that, but just real quick side tangent. Because Google says Elden Ring and Dark Souls aren't RPGs. Then what are they? Am I confused? Do I need clarification on what an RPG is? I mean, it's not a JRPG. I mean, it's more of a Western RPG.
Yeah. I mean, you are playing.
It's more action focused. I mean, sure, it's more.
Yeah, it's more action focused, but
I think it's an
again,
action. It would be an action RPG. If
I just don't count them. Yeah, I guess because they already have their own genre, I just kind of roll with it.
Yeah, it's a soul genre. But I mean, technically speaking, by definition, though, especially for a Western RPG, it leans more into that because you're creating your custom character. Yeah, you play different
your character. You're playing a different. You're definitely
you have
playing
different
a role.
classes. You're playing different roles. Yeah. No, none of them play as the same. Right now, Spider-Man isn't an RPG, but again, like that's not an RPG. That's an action game.
That's an action.
No, and I get you're saying, and again, I know we're kind of derailing Pong here. Yeah. Not saying that they're bad. They're just not RPGs. You can't compare. But that's the thing, though, Gogol. Like, we're in a place to where
it's been blurred.
There is so many lines that have been blurred that you could argue that Souls games are RPGs because of the baseline of what RPGs are.
Not everyone, but I would say from is right. From right there.
They're literally right there. I mean, sure, it's more of an action. Again, it's an action role playing game. But then when you say ARPG, then you also think of Diablo. But then you also think of this, and you also think of that. Like there's so many different games. You're blurring lines now, so it's just. The only thing I was going to say is that I can hear the argument being made. Right. I think it's a valid argument to make just because of how blurred the lines have become. Gogo said, just to get to the facts, you guys hate the character design. You said it before. It's a valid argument. They have different artists. More woke would say, oh, you're talking about Dragon Age. Okay, gotcha.
Dragon Age. Yeah. Go ahead. Sure. Yeah.
Apologies.
So anyway, so that was my Mass Effect Andromeda experience. And again, I had seen when I played through it, I understood where all the criticism had come from. Completely agreed with it 1,000% off of just the videos I had watched prior to ever playing it and seeing the issues. Played it, again, good generic sci-fi game, not a Mass Effect game at all. And that's how I was able to play it, by keeping the idea out that I was experiencing anything a part of the Mass Effect universe. So coming in with DA, Dragon Age, again, I was hoping that they had replaced a lot of the lost talent. I was hoping that they had learned their lessons from Andromeda. And I was hoping that this was going to at least spark my hope for the next Mass Effect, right? That this was going to come in and maybe it would be to the point where I looked at it and said, okay, I could see a little bit of that old BioWare magic here. Like, it seems like they've kind of understood the mission. They took 10 years to make this Dragon Age, which is incredibly long. Nobody talks about this again, 10 years in between, right? And again, it's fair enough. They were working on Mass Effect Andromeda. That's fine. So you can wipe that out. But this was long time in development, okay? And so that's all I was hoping for out of Dragon Age. I wasn't hoping for Dragon Age to become my game of the year. I wasn't hoping for Dragon Age to blow me out of the water. It would be great if it did. But then we started seeing it. And the more I saw it, yes, number one, art direction, absolutely awful for me. Okay. Now, again, it's all subjective. It's all subjective, right? We know this. I like games that people think are ugly as shit. Okay. Again, it's all subjective. So this is just me personally. I saw the art direction. I was like, yeah, no, this ain't going to do it for Dragon. This isn't going to instill the environment in Dragon Age that I want to see, which was closer to 1 and 2 than Inquisition, right? So once I saw that, I was like, okay, well, that's knock number one. Okay, fine. I can get over that. I don't need to love the art style to have a great game. Or a good game. It doesn't matter to me as far as that goes. Like again, I'm not going to dismiss it just completely that, but I saw it and I was like, yeah, no, this is definitely not appealing to me. Saw the Quinari. The Quinari are completely apt.
Are the worst.
They're completely apt. The Quinari. I don't care if you want to talk about all the other stuff. The Quinari suck. They destroyed a cool ass.
It's not cool either way.
Not cool.
No matter how you adjust it, I've tried. Like guys, I tried. There's nothing you can do to make those characters look better.
They were badass. They were badass, and now they turned them into this. I was like, yeah, no, okay. Environments look good. Environments look great. I like a lot of the style that they put in the environments. I thought that was beautiful. Whatever else. So, but then I started seeing the writing, right? I started hearing the writing. I started hearing the lines, the dialogue. And I almost instantly knew that they hadn't replaced the talent. Again, generational wise, right? I understand that these writers are going to be younger than me. So they're going to have a different way of telling stories. But I'm just talking about just baseline writing skills. The banter between the characters, awful. Okay. Just there was nothing that I heard that like caught me, like even the parts of the story with Solace and that kind of stuff. Nothing. There's nothing there. They don't. Again, it was like watching Andromeda all over again for me. And I was like, at that point, I was like, okay, this is probably not going to be for me. And again, I don't shit on games. You didn't see me go online. Like I said my piece here, but I'm not like, oh, this is shit. Right. No, it's just me. It's not for me. It's not going to be a game for me. Again, I'm going to try it when it comes on EA Play. I will certainly try it just like I did Andromeda. Do it Could it change my mind? Of course it could. Of course it could. Because again, having control in your hand is different. But now I've been watching people since it came out. I've been watching people stream it in the background at work, listening to the dialogue, listening to the story, the characters, and how they interact. And it's garbage. It is low level garbage. And now again, are there games that I play that don't need a story to be good? Absolutely. The gameplay can be king. Absolutely, the gameplay can be king. That absolutely can sell a game. But this is Dragon Age, right? This is different. I grew up on peak BioWare. Okay? I saw some of the best writing come out of BioWare. You know, especially Mass Effect, but even the original Dragon Age had some really good stuff. Did they have quirky stuff in those games? Of course they do. They always have quirky, stupid shit in there. I get that's a part of it. Mm-hmm. But the moment to moment in Dragon Age, it bothers me. Like the writing and the acting bother me. None of the characters appeal to me. The characters seem extremely surface level. And now watching people play through and the character development as far as the relationships go, bro, some of these interactions are like watching two 10-year-olds for the first time, a boy and a girl, talk to each other. Like these are supposedly adult characters in a dark fantasy world that is threatened by two menacing elvish gods roaming the land, not to mention Solus. And you're going to tell me that they're going to have this childlike dialogue between them in relationship building? And we're talking, and again, it's not selective. It's not, oh, you took one scene. No, I have seen a ton of them. Okay. And it's awful. I can't say it any better than that. Like I'm like, what I would wind up doing, which is fine. Again, it wouldn't be the first game. I would wind up skipping through all of this, but that's not what I want out of a Dragon Age game. Again, that's not what I wanted out of my Mass Effect Andromeda, but I would wind up skipping all the scenes I possibly could just so I didn't have to hear it. But then they force you, because again, it's a Dragon Age game, to make decisions, which is generally speaking cool. I love that. I love that, Steel, to your point. However, I've watched enough playthrough now, Steel, to say that the dialogue choices that you pick on screen are not what's acted out on screen. They do not say what you can't be angry in this game, Steel. You can't be an asshole in this game, Steel. That is a part of BioWare's history, is allowing you to be the asshole. Renegade. Right? For Mass Effect fans. That's a part of role playing. You're supposed to be able to play the character like you want to. That was the freedom BioWare gave you. You can't do that in this game.
And honestly, since I haven't really made that many choices that are like that. Now I've made some like a character we go back and forth about something. They give their opinion, and then it gives me the option. And I feel like, nah, I'm standing on business, so I pick this option. Again, that's why I like.
Comes off light.
I mean, for me, it fits.
It's like super nice or kind of nice. Those are your ranges.
But what I'm saying, that like from the choices that I've picked, and maybe I've just been fortunate enough, or maybe I'm just not maybe not just overly critical about it. But again, like I can't accept when something is corny. I typically will really recognize and realize it. But at least from what I've experienced, I just haven't. It hasn't been off. Like the choices that I've made fit, even the Stern, like the couple of Stern, like when I'm like, nah, like this is how I feel about this. It comes across that way. At least to me, right? But in the few times that I have been like, because typically I play, I've been, again, like I spoke to earlier, I've been more on the what they call the joking side, which is like, I thought it was going to be like overly joking. It's not. Like they do at least to me, they do a good play off of whatever the conversation is. It is I can see it skewing a little lighter sometimes, but outside of that, I don't know.
Think about Mass Effect, Steel. Think about Mass Effect. Think about the choices you could make in there.
But even the choices that I'm making in Mass Effect, I feel like, but again, I wasn't overly renegade though either. Though
people, you could but you could in Dragon Age Veilguard, you can't.
But I'm just speaking to more my experience though. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm just saying. But that's all gone. But that was BioWare. right? Even the first Dragon Age, you could make, again, expression in the actual acting, lining up what you're choosing versus what's being said on the screen, two completely different things in Veilguard. I've seen it many, many times now. I've seen it. It's completely different from what's being chosen on the screen. Like, it's again.
I guess that's a good way to explain it, Sean. There is but even in, he says, because you can't be evil, but most of the dialogue voices match, like Steele said. But even in Mass Effect, you couldn't be evil in Mass Effect. You were just a dickhead. It wasn't evil though. It wasn't. Well, like it depends.
Some people consider it evil. I mean, some people consider you shooting people evil, killing off people evil.
I mean, but that was kind of the premise. The premise of that story already established, though. Like the world that you're in, like this is a ruthless. Like we live in ruthless times.
And again, take this for what it is. This is me personally. What I'm looking for. I get you. So again, if you're not looking for it, you're not going to have you potentially could have a completely different perspective, which is fair. Again, a lot of people are enjoying the hell out of this game. And again, I'm not unhappy with that. And again, I was never on the side, even though it wasn't the game that I was hoping for. Mm-hmm. I didn't think it was going to flop. Like one side thought it was going to flop, and calling it was going to flop. No, Dragon Age has always been known for a certain level of this stuff. And we haven't even gotten into, the whatever you want to call it, the wokeness or whatever you want to say about it, right? That Dragon Age has already had that. Again, that's why I think it's been insulated. The fan base of Dragon Age is already used to it. Is it heavy-handed and over the top in this one? Abso-fucking-lutely is. It's ridiculous. There's some prime examples of things that people have claimed don't happen in video games when it comes to preaching at gamers. They claim that doesn't happen. These are flat out blatant examples of preaching at gamers during the game, which I think is unexcusable.
So
inexcusable.
I
should not be a part of the game.
I just haven't felt yet.
Right. But there's prime examples, like straight up. There's prime examples that are already out. So they're out there. I haven't experienced that. But again, this game's insulated from that talk, and that's why it's still doing good according to all the charts right now. We'll find out if EA thinks it's good or not, but it's doing well because the Dragon Age fan base has already known that was kind of the way Dragon Age already had gone. Like they've been that game that kind of had that. They had trans characters before this. So it's not
that's like not again, none of that stuff matters as long as it's done well in the game.
Right. And I'm just saying in this game, it's heavy handed, but again, that's fine. That again, go ahead and do it. I'm not going to sit here and say it's great or praise it and think it's a quality gameplay mechanic because it's not, or quality writing because it's not. It's lazy ass preaching is what it is, but go ahead and do it. It's your game. You guys hired who you hired. They wanted to push an agenda. Go ahead, push an agenda. It's all day. So but I still thought this game was going to have success because the Dragon Age fan base has been waiting 10 years. I do think that some people are being generous is my overall point on this. I do think some people are being generous. There's a lot of people who've looked back on Inquisition after all these years and admitted that it probably wasn't as great as they thought it was. There's certainly people who still think it's one of the greatest RPGs of all time. That is fine. It won, I don't remember how many Game of the Year awards that year, even though it obviously was not even close to peak BioWare, it still won so many Game of the Year awards. That shows you the power of the Dragon Age franchise. That's why I knew that this IP was going to probably be pretty damn successful no matter what people said about it. You just happen to have two sides now going back and forth. Again, the pendulum swings. You got the extreme on one side, you got the extreme on the other side. The extreme on the side that wants to see this succeed is now claiming victory because go woke or go broke didn't work out this time. So they get to claim victory over the other side who was pushing for this game to fail. I don't fall in either one of those categories, care less, right? Just for me personally, it doesn't give me the Dragon Age I want. I think there's some ridiculous cringe stuff in this game. I think the writing, again, if this is your best, and I'm assuming you put your best into this, Steel, because it is Dragon Age, because you gave your team an extremely long time to get this right, that from that side of things, the development, the character development, the writing, the world building, the lore, all that kind of stuff, they failed miserably from my point of view. I think it's awful. Okay. Period, point blank. Done. Okay. Again, it is what it is. Action-wise, combat-wise, I can see why people are having a good time with the combat. I've watched enough of the combat now. I think it's a little convoluted as far as the menu screen. When you bring up the pause menu screen, I think it's a little convoluted, but again, that stuff doesn't bother me. I usually don't even notice that stuff. I've been watching the combat. Jasper said he's playing Rogue and he's having a great time with the dual blades. Like the action part of this, the combat part of it, I think I would like, even if it's not anywhere near CRPG like it used to be, even if the strategy is thrown out the window, like most people are saying, that you eventually become so powerful you don't even need it towards the end game, where you're just pushing A. You're just hacking and slashing through everybody.
See, and,
not even wasting time with
and what I would
abilities.
tell people on that's just, and I mean, it's still, you gotta still put it on the devs for that. You're playing on an easier difficulty, because there's no way.
Well, I've seen the
that
people
you're
playing on
harder
harder difficulties that are doing it.
in there.
Yeah, because they built their characters up still. And you know, you
I can see that.
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot of RPGs allow you to do that.
Yeah, I mean, eventually.
It is what it is. Now, what I will say is that hands down, universally, no matter what side I've been listening to or reviews, and again, I watched reviews from both sides prior to watching people play it. I went to both sides to get the picture. Went to people I trusted, went to people I didn't know. Went all over the place just to kind of see what people were saying, and where I picked up on a lot of this stuff. But then I started watching people, but everything, almost universally, everybody did say that the last 2 to 5 hours of this game are fantastic. They are like most people who didn't even like the game up front. When they got to the last 2 to 5 hours, they said that almost made up for the beginning part of the game, like the first 35, 40 hours. Like they said, the last 2 to 5 hours makes them wonder what the fuck happened to the beginning part of the game. And I've heard that universally from tons of different people. So to me, that's got me curious, right? Because then I'm like, okay, so is it possible they do have some real talent there and some real magic there? Is it possible that they can put together a full game like a Mass Effect down the road where they do it from start to finish, right? If the ending is as good as universally people are saying it is, well, then where was that? But does that give me some hope? So, like I said, wherever you're at on this game, you are. It's your personal opinion. It's not going to be for everybody. Obviously, the art direction, number one, is not going to be for everybody. We know that up front. The gameplay is not going to be for everybody. Number two, if you don't like the change to this action-based kind of system that they've got now, that's going to be a dividing factor, right? The writing and some of the heavy-handed agenda pushing that they do have in this game, that's also going to be another whether you like it or not, or just don't care about it. And the character, the character models themselves. And like Steele said, the character creation models, again, I think it's hypocritical that you spend time putting so much diversity into the character designs, but then you don't allow for voluptuous women to be in the game. I'm going to call you out, because again, you're going to take the time to put all this other stuff in there that you claim is so that people can see themselves.
Should have everything. Yeah.
Every option available. And again, it's not like voluptuous women can't be done in video games. Like we know they can.
Yeah.
So it should be everywhere, right? It should be across the board if you're making that your main thing. So I am going to hit you there, because like Steel, I like to make my women a little bit more voluptuous sometimes, right? So, but I just think overall that's why you saw the reviews where they hit. I think the reviews are probably pretty close with the arguments for and against this game to where it should be at score-wise. Again, I do think the fans, the fans themselves, which is fine. We all do this. I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't get more hyped or give exception to the franchises that I love more, right? That of course that's going to happen naturally as a human being. So for all the DA fans who are claiming this is freaking amazing and that this is, we didn't get to the review thing, Steel, but everybody using this is a return to form from Dragon Age for BioWare. This is a return to form for BioWare. If you're using that line and you went out and you played this game on BioWare's dime, I'm calling you out. Okay? I'm calling you out. You are reading and this isn't the first time. We know this, but this is where people start getting pissed and start questioning you all. You are taking direct lines and direction from the developers and the publisher, EA, and you are writing direct propaganda from them. When you see 8 different articles all say a return to form from BioWare, when you see multiple previewers on videos on YouTube use that line as well, it is propaganda. It was told to you to be used in your talk about this game, and that's where you lose credibility. Okay? That's where you lose it. If you came out and flat out said, hey, we were told to say this, it's returned to form to BioWare, it's not going to have any effect, right? But again, when you see it one after another, you know for a fact it's been said to you that way. That's where I think that it first starts Steel, but then I think that some of the fans are being a little generous with it here, wanting this to succeed, which is fine. Again, you want this to be a big hit, but let's be real, okay? There's no way in hell that you can look at this writing. And again, if you like the writing, fine, but there's no way you look at this and go, this is peak BioWare. There is no way you go and look at this, oh, BioWare's back. Oh God, the writing is, there's no way in hell. Go play Mass Effect Trilogy again, please. And then tell me that this is anywhere close to that. It's not in any way, shape, or form. So I think there's a little generosity here, but again, it is what it is. So I don't know, Steel. Again, the talk around these games are going to continue.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think there's some really prime examples of why I've said in the past that there's some discussions, real discussions to be had, but people don't want to have the discussions about agendas being pushed. This game is blatant in a lot of them. And I think that people need to open their eyes and realize again, we've been being told that doesn't happen. Well, it does happen, and it's shown right here. But outside of that, I think that I'm happy for the Dragon Age fans who finally got their game after 10 years. I'm glad that supposedly performance-wise, right, it's one of the best performing games of the year, right, as far as PC, as far as optimizations go. It's one of the best that's come out. Hey, hats off. Again, we know that's a massive problem in video games nowadays, so they obviously spent their time making sure that was right. Hats off, because again, that's big these days. But I think it's sitting about right where, with the discourse around it, the real discourse. I'm not talking about the nonsense on both sides, but I'm talking about the real discourse about the game itself and how it plays and how it sits. I think it's about right. I would probably guess that this would be high 7s, low 8s. Like that's probably where I'd throw it in. So yeah, I will try it though eventually. I will. So I will give it a go.
Sly Crow says, is the combat better than Final Fantasy 16? I haven't played Final Fantasy 16 yet. And I'm maybe I end up playing at some point. It's not going to be this year.
What class are you playing?
I'm playing Rogue.
You are playing Rogue. So are you using the bow at all? Because Jasper said he basically stopped using his bow.
Yeah, I use
just
both.
Started using the dual blades because he said the dual blades are so kick ass.
Yeah, I use both. I mean, I like the way both of them feel. Especially.
I've heard Mage can be pretty dope too once you get powered up. So
I think all the classes seem pretty damn solid.
But they're going to play different. So I guess
completely
different.
Is going to be different. Yeah, completely different from each other. I like my experience so far as a Rogue. I agree with Sword 2 Mangs. He says best Dragon Age game. That's the way that I feel, at least from what I've experienced. A lot to what you're speaking to, Pong. I just, I don't know. I tend to feel like I notice a lot of those things, and because I dislike when things feel forced. And again, I mean, in my experience thus far, I haven't necessarily felt that. And again,
you probably haven't gotten to that point.
Maybe that's what it is. And even when I get to that point, it's going to be interesting to see how I feel about it when it comes up. And then what the kind of options that I'm given and kind of going from there. So, I mean, again, this is the first Dragon Age game that I've played for more than 3 hours. So, I only have gotten, I think I met my third companion, right? I think the elf technical chick, I believe her name is, it's not Neva, because I'm not used to their names yet. I don't think it's Neva, but she's like an elf mechanical chick. She's mad. She's a baddie. I like the way she looks character wise. I feel like everybody's been quite intuitive. Have been interesting as characters. It's just so far in my experience, right? Sure. So at least on that side of it, I do think that that there was something that was done right. And again, because I'm not the Dragon Age fan, right? Which is why I think my perspective on it is unique as well. Because yeah, I do like more action-oriented games, but that's not any and everything, right? There is those in-between things, and I am somebody who I put down God of War 2018, and arguably, I think people would say that God of War 2018 is probably better than Dragon Age, better than this Dragon Age game.
Sure. There'd be lots of people.
If you were wanting to sit down and have an argument about it, I would recommend Veilguard over God of War 2018 as an example. But that might be ludicrous to some people, and I can understand that. But that's when it does come back to like those personal opinions. And if there seems to be like a lot of Dragon Age fans that are kind of in between. Again, the game seemingly is doing solidly, but nonetheless, there are some of those underlying elements that I want to see and I want to experience to see if they do end up being an issue. Because unlike you, I've tuned into a little bit of Managed Review, and I also checked out Mortismal, which he's somebody that, because he 100% all the games that he plays, and he took it from like a stand back kind of point, and he is a Dragon Age fan, at least likes Dragon Age as an IP, and he spoke to some of the things that you said as well, but he felt like they didn't necessarily take him out of the experience. And for me, being somebody that I always come on the show and say that, hey, know who you are as a gamer, and if it's something is speaking to you and you like it, you should try it out. I have interest in Final Fantasy 16, and I think Final Fantasy 16 may be a better game, right? If I compared this to Final Fantasy 15, I would say that 15 is probably the better game in perspective, right? I don't know what that means to anybody, but it's all about perspective, because I know Final Fantasy 16 also has its shortcomings story-wise and side quest-wise.
Well, it's not even an RPG anymore.
It's not even Final Fantasy. It's an all-out action game. It's the
lightest of RPGs of all freaking.
But again, when I'm coming from Final Fantasy 15, where that was kind of already the direction that they were going, although with Noctis, you still had more of a team-based thing, still had those time stop effects and whatnot. In Final Fantasy 7 Remake, I do think that is the best example of what Final Fantasy should lead more into, is what Final Fantasy has done with the remakes, with 7 Remake. But but those things do speak to me. So yeah, it's just, I found it just interesting seeing both sides of the field, feeling like I'm just in the middle of it. And then actually jumping into the experience, I was expecting to be turned off of it within the first few hours, and finding myself wanting to play more, not only on a combat level, but to also find out what's happening in the story, to meet more characters. Again, I mean, they have loot and stuff in here as well. So I'm changing my characters, how my outfit goes. They got transmog in here as well. Early on, there's a lot of the gameplay elements that I definitely enjoy, and just have fun and just feel like they're a fun experience. But again, we'll see how things continue to go. Maybe it continues to ride out. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I feel different by the end of it. And maybe I end up putting it down for whatever reason. So, but yeah, man, it's been interesting to see these things play out.
That's dope, bro. I just love the fact that you tried it, that you hopped into it again, because it's not, generally speaking, a game that you necessarily would have in the past. Yet here you are, still, and you're trying new shit. And you're trying it.
Yeah. Again, the previous ones didn't, like I told you in the DMs, the previous ones didn't speak to me. So this one, again, being able to speak to me, again, Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age Origins, I like the way that the game starts, but then you get into the combat and it's just, I just don't give a fuck, brother. Like it literally completely turns me off of the game. I can't wait. Care.
I can't wait. I'm going to be like 80. Steel's going to be like 60. And finally, he's going to start playing turn-based games. And we're going to be here, and I'm going to be like, thank the freaking Lord, finally. He's going to be this whole time I've been missing out.
I probably won't.
Yeah, you will.
No, I will say I will play. I definitely am looking forward to trying out 33 Expedition. Just because, or Expedition 33 or whatever it's called. Yeah, I am interested in trying that. Well, it is going to be on Game Pass, but two, I do like the fact that there's things that you can do in between, like countering in the middle of, it's like, hey, that's a fucking dope concept. I like that. Making it more involved. I just like being more involved with my combat. Like if I wanted to go play chess, I would go play fucking chess. If I wanted to,
bro.
But see, but if I wanted to do that, I would just go play an RTS. Like I would just go play Age of Empires. I would just go play StarCraft.
Well, why not an RPG?
All the other shit.
Why not RPG?
I don't want to play a fucking turn-based RPG. The fuck?
Why not RPG?
No, I'd rather stay in the moment, man. No, fuck that shit. Metaphor is great, but I'm cool. I am so cool.
Anyways,
I'm so cool on that shit. It's just not for me. It doesn't speak to me. Automatically makes me uninterested. It's a me thing, and I understand that. And again, and it's not even on a negative level. Like I hate the games. It's just they aren't for me. I played that back when I was growing up. I like action games. I like to be 100% in control. I like there to be a skill ceiling and all that stuff. That's the kind of things that I look for. But I think so yeah. That's just the way it's me. Where would you like to go here next, Pong?
I don't care. Where do you want to go, brother?
Hey man, we can go all over the place.
We can pull stuff from weeks ago if you want to. If there's anything that's been eating away at you that happened.
No, nothing has been eating away at anything.
No, nothing.
Real life has
not
been
at all.
More of a concern. There's been more of the conversation and anything that's been going on in gaming that's been sticking out, other than seeing PlayStation close Firewalk Studios.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Steel, were you floating around the dark alleys this week, Steel?
No, I hadn't been.
Okay, I was hoping you had been because I wanted to know. There must have been some really, really good conversations this week, Steel, from especially those high level thinkers, those guys who are actual business guys who have the licenses to talk about this stuff. I can only imagine there was some real good conversations around the mismanagement of PlayStation and their studios, like there was around Xbox, right? I was hoping that you were going to have some insight on this, because I can imagine those conversations were deep, and they actually had some PlayStation news this week, so to talk about.
Yeah.
So I can imagine they had some 3-4 hour shows where they were really deep diving the mismanagement, possibly calling out Herman Hulst. And
I was expecting that.
Put some blame and
especially for Concord to be Star Wars,
right? Maybe for mismanaging studios. I don't know. I mean, again, it happens on Xbox side all the damn time, right? So,
I mean, now that it's been confirmed that the game did cost $400 million, regardless of how you want to split that down the middle. We also can pretty much confirm now that there was that toxic positivity that happened. And we also can confirm that Herman Hulst, behind the scenes, had not even 100%. He had 1,000% faith in what Concord was going to be, the potential in it. And again, I mean, just using his own quotes, saying that it was going to be on a Star Wars level for PlayStation.
I did hear one, Steel.
Okay, what'd you hear?
No, I heard one that completely dismissed it, that Herman Hulst had nothing to do with this. This was Jim Ryan's acquisition, so it's all on Jim Ryan. Herman had nothing to do with it. Like,
nothing to do with it, huh?
Do we understand Herman's position underneath Jim Ryan?
No, that doesn't matter.
Like, do we understand, like, Herman's been in charge of the studios? Like, do you honestly think Jim Ryan is making calls on whether a game is good and should continue to move forward or not? Or do you think that's why Herman Hulst was his right-hand man, coming from the head of Guerrilla Games and being put into a position of trust next to Jim Ryan to run the studios? Or do you think Jim was obviously there? Jim's obviously looking at it. But didn't you think that Jim probably leaned on Herman Hulst's knowledge of video games a little bit more?
Oh, yeah, because Jim didn't know a goddamn thing.
Jim was the numbers guy, everybody. So we're going to sit here and try to say, oh, that was all Jim, that Herman didn't have anything to do with Concord being moved forward, that Herman had nothing to do with the acquisition of
adjustments.
Firewalk. Never went to Jim and said, yeah, Jim, I think they've got something special. It's probably a studio we need to jump on. You don't think Herman had any influence in that whatsoever? And then after the acquisition, you don't think Herman wasn't checking on that $400 million investment from time to time and saying, oh, looking great. This is the future of PlayStation. This could be our next Star Wars. Yo, this is all on Herman. Never mind. Go, Steel. You read.
No, again, you're talking about people that are at the top.
Yes.
So, and Sly says Concord is good, but sadly the streamers that got segments for it didn't like it. Crow, and again, I don't disagree with you. I lean on you for those types of games. I don't think Valorant's that great of a game either, but obviously a lot of people love it. The same way I don't think Counter-Strike is that great of a game, but a lot of people love it, right? I think something had to be much deeper than just streamers getting a hold of it for it missing the mark. And I'm talking about not just slightly missing the mark so much to the point, even if it was free to play, I just don't think that it would have done anything personally. And I think the way that it came out and performed demonstrates that. And now I don't know whether PlayStation can make the decision or not on whether they felt like it would have been good free to play, because you have people who are at the top of the list. And again, regardless of how you see it, they said that this game was going to be of a certain stature, and look where it ended up being. It says it needed more advertising, barely had advertising on Steam front page. But Crow, like we say about any other game, these games sell themselves. There was plenty of clips out there. The content went out there, regardless of what people were saying about it. Gameplay, it was on TikTok for quite some time, and very out there on TikTok for a little bit, but it was there for the wrong reasons. And these are from people that were playing it, right? There has to be something else deeper rooted than what we see on the surface level. Because yeah, I could say, well, one of the biggest things is that the characters weren't attractive or they weren't the same or whatever the case, Crow says, yeah, need to tie into Destiny, use the same name or characters in there. Yeah. Crow, and I 100% agree with you on that. But that also goes back to, you have Destiny though already. And you're making a mobile version of Destiny now, which demonstrates that, obviously you can spin it off. Your multiplayer for Destiny is the most lacking aspect of a game that is already widely recognized and will have people flock back to it. Y'all don't take advantage of that. Y'all don't implement those things into Concord, but you have Concord have similar aspects of it though. That just doesn't make sense to me. Just because the devs from those teams or had worked with those teams before and they can translate some of that over doesn't all of a sudden mean that, it feels like Destiny, that people are going to play it. That's not that. So that's kind of the unfortunate side to it. But this article is going to be coming from Variety.com. And it says PlayStation CEO Hideki Nishino and Herman Hulst reveal how new two business strategy impacts studio console plans exclusive. The internet did write a note in here because I was going to bring up a different article until I saw this. It says Variety's interview with Sony Interactive Entertainment CEOs Herman Hulst and Hideki Nishino occurred on October 16th prior to PlayStation's Tuesday announcement it is shutting down Firewalk Studios in Neon Koi. SIE was unable to make studio business CEO Hulst available for additional comment or to clarify his previous comments about layoffs in this story ahead of publication. So they go on to say, this spring, Sony CEO Kentaro Yoshida turned heads when he picked two PlayStation vets to lead Sony Interactive, Herman Hulst and Hideki Nishino. After all, having co-CEOs is a potential recipe for friction. In their first interview since assuming their new roles, in June, Nishino and Hulst speak to Variety about how their partnership works. They argue that the scale of the company behind the God of War and Spider-Man franchises has grown to require two operations that each need specialized leadership. A platform business run by Nishino and a studio business headed by Hulst. This is not co-CEOs, it's two CEOs for the company, Nishino says. Herman runs his thing, I run my thing, and then we get together to talk about how to grow the business. Nishino acknowledges the tension inherent in the structure, but spins it as healthy dynamic. Growing the business for success has been a conflict as well. How we impact each other or how we want to sacrifice or not. It's a balance. It's an opportunity and a risk part. Hulst estimates that 80% of their day-to-day time is spent managing their discrete areas. It's really nice to have two devs at the helm. We both have engineering degrees. We both pretty hands-on, he says, adding that there needs to be huge trust and we worked together for a very long time. The two in a box CEO arrangement is rare, but there's evidence the right duo can make it work. In early 2023, for an example, Netflix installed double CEOs to pilot the streamer, and so far, Ted Sarandos and Greg Peters have overseen impressive growth in stock market highs. Nishino became a head of product of SIE, previously SCE, in 2016, and from 2021 was head of Platform Experience Group until he became CEO in 2024. Holst came over from his post as chief at Horizon maker Guerrilla Games, which Sony acquired in 2005, and went to become head of PlayStation Studios. He is and was the head of PlayStation Studios, part of the vision of PlayStation. Inherently, I would say, one of the key visionaries for PlayStation. But it's an unpredictable time for PlayStation. SIE's Bungie studio laid off more than 200 staffers in July. In September, the company shut down its Concord live service game 2 weeks after its August 23rd launch, then closed studios Firewalk, the maker of Concord, and mobile-focused brand Neon Koi earlier this week. PlayStation also was dinged over the $699 price tag for its PlayStation 5 Pro console due out in November. I forgot that was coming out this month. At the same time, PlayStation drew praise for a new platformer in Astrobot and has built back, gosh, this is now going all over the place. If I can find my place again. See, you scroll down a little bit and see what happens. Just messing everything up. At the same time, PlayStation drew praise for a new platformer, Astrobot, and has built back cred with fans with the announcement of Ghost of Tsushima, which Ghost of Yotai, you mean. It's just the way they worded this. The sequel, Ghost of Yotai. They could have just said announcement of Ghost of Yotai. This is the sequel to anyway. The division also is riding high on anticipation for season 2 of the HBO's mega hit adaptation of PS game The Last of Us, Amazon's new God of War series. Holst and Nishino have adopted a show don't tell leadership style at PlayStation. Oh yeah, y'all are definitely showing and telling something. You're showing a lot more than you telling, and it's not good. What you're showing ain't good. What you're showing doesn't give me faith as a gamer that I should believe in PlayStation's vision. So with the show don't tell mentality, you're failing. At least in my eyes. I know that there's a base that disagrees with that, and hey, it's a conversation to be had. They're going to say Nishino's on the same page. To me, the product, the content, it should be the forward-facing things, he says, adding self-effacingly. Behind the scenes, who is the guy doing it? It doesn't matter. I think it does matter. I think it matters a lot. I'm scrolling through here real quick to see if there's anything else in here that necessarily matters. They do talk about the PlayStation 5 Pro here as well a little bit. Because they asked the question with the PS5 Pro coming out very soon after we published the story. I wanted to ask about the timing of that versus what will be the actual next-gen device. Are you waiting for Nintendo to make the first move with a Switch 2 before you would get there? And what is the plan for rolling out the Pro and making it clear who the product is for versus who the actual next-generation device will be for? Nishino says, so we have done Pro in the last generation. We have learned a lot there. When we're selling the PS4 Pro, in addition to the PS4, 20% of the customers actually got the PlayStation 4 Pro. It was high end. It was premium tier. So there are potential users acquiring those kind of units. Interestingly enough, it was not just about highly engaged users. Actually, new users comes to PlayStation to get the PlayStation 4 Pro as well. So we started working on PS5 Pro even before the PlayStation 5 launches. And that answers some of the rumors that people had even during the launch of the PlayStation 5 about the potential Pro and everything. It was another 5-year project for us, so there was a conversation around whether we wanted to do another Pro or not. But the main thing was there are technologies we can grow in 3 years' time or 5 years' time, so the innovation and technology advancement is more quicker in a modern world. Phones are updating every year. PCs are updating every year. PCs do not update every fucking year. I mean, the parts do, yes, but this is not how that works. And I hate when people talk about it like this. You should not be upgrading your PC every year. That is a fucking waste of money.
Well, I mean, unless you got a lot of money.
I mean, if you got money to blow, hey, just like you, just buying just like buying a Ferrari or buying a Lambo, buying whatever kind of kind of car that you like, clothes, whatever it might be. If that's what you want, arguably, there's some things we could discuss, but even with getting the best of the best, if you're not using the best of the best for its actual intention, then you are technically you're capping yourself to whatever and just blowing money. But you know, and you can have a conversation about just blowing money.
Listen, there's people that buy Ferraris and Lambos and park them in their garages forever and never take them out. Steve.
That's true. I think that's a waste.
And that's bullshit. You know, I'd be the dude running my Ferrari into the fucking ground. Like people would be like, "How many miles you got out of that thing?"
Yes, and I'm right there with you as well. You shouldn't be upgrading your phone every year either. I think that's dumb as fuck.
People do that.
That business has been taking advantage of consumers pitching it the way that they have. Why? Because every year they can put you back in the contract for you to pay for another phone, making even more and paying because you're paying more for that phone than you would have up front. And again, you know, nothing against rich folk or people who got money to spend. Again, that's just not where I would spend the money. Everybody has their own thing, has their own perspective on these things. It's just, there is a realistic side to it as well that I think both sides can have an open conversation about, right? But anyway, I don't think we'd go every year updates, but there are things we can package together to bring the greatest things into game console segment range. So that's the vision. And then they essentially get into saying that, hey, we like people talking about it. It's good for conversation, good for optics. But Pong, from what you have seen from PlayStation's new strategy and now them having this whole dual CEOs up top, hosts coming in and now seemingly, and I'm not the person who originated this, but he does seem to be failing upwards. Right. This does happen in modern business as well, where some people, hey, they're just fortunate enough to fail in the right direction. I personally think that this is further acknowledgement and further demonstration that PlayStation does not truly have a vision. Right. They still haven't given us that hopes and dreams showcase. Right. They're trying to work off and build off of what they currently have and what is working, as you can see with the remasters and remakes and all these other things that have been happening behind the scenes. And then again, their failings now in the live service market. It's not like they took Concord, pulled it behind the scenes and said, you know what, let's make it free to play and let's see what happens. They didn't even try, Pong. Like they could deliberately, this game that was supposed to be their Star Wars for PlayStation, the game, this is the second one. Horizon being the first now, because Herman thought Horizon was going to be bigger than it was as well. Now, this is another game that they have spent $500 million on, regardless of how you look at it, that they did not even foster or try to grow, change, adapt. They closed it. And then not only that, and I believe I might get into this in this article, the mobile play, they had a mobile studio, but then backhandedly say that, oh, well, we're looking at how we can move forward in business and moving more into the mobile market. It's like you're seeing these kind of backhanded things kind of happening. And again, both sides do end up doing this. Phil has said some very backhanded comments and some of the things that, again, like we're seeing Indiana Jones being announced for PlayStation 5 on a stage. That shouldn't be fucking happening. Again, but we know things have changed, right? And maybe Phil, that's something that maybe Phil didn't like. But again, he did spin it one way and the opposite kind of ended up happening. So now, to see everything happening with PlayStation the way that it is, does it confirm some of the things that you have thought? Does it add on to anything in particular? Because to me, when I saw the closure, I wasn't expecting closure of the studio. Like I just wasn't. Right? I thought they were going to get, maybe they weren't going to re-put out the game. Yeah, for sure. But maybe the studio moves over into a different game, or they get spun off and they're probably going to end up doing that anyway, just not under Firewalk anymore. But anyway, how do you feel about this and the kind of the CEO strategy they got going on and just PlayStation's vision, especially seemingly, because I thought they were known for fostering these dev teams and helping them grow and making them better. And It doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. First things first, Steel, real quick.
Okay.
Fuck the POS, New York, politicians and judges involved in going and raiding that dude's house and euthanizing Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon. F the freaking government, bro. Like,
Whose
legit. Huh?
Whose house?
This guy and this girl, I don't know if you've ever seen him steal, but Peanut the squirrel is the biggest celebrity between them. They rescued this squirrel whose mom had died, and it turned into an internet celebrity, right? TikTok, huge, right? And they've got a raccoon too that they rescued.
Oh.
And they have in their house, like, just the cutest shit ever, right? Again, I love squirrels, period. I like trash pandas too, but I love squirrels. But they've been TikTok stars forever.
Wow, I didn't even see that. Damn.
Yeah, bro. They went and got a search warrant signed by a judge and showed up with 10 officers and raided their fucking home and took the animals.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Fuck off, humans.
Is it because is it the wild animal thing?
Yes, of course. But fuck off. Not hurting anybody. They're not outside. They're inside. They're not harming anybody. Bro, we don't hate government officials enough sometimes, man. We just don't. I can't stand this stuff. Anyways, I was seeing that and I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. They did this.
No, that's really fucked up.
Like, show up with 10 agents. Bro, don't you have bigger things to take care of in New York City right now?
Yeah,
don't you have a few maybe major issues that you might want to go ahead and wrap up before spending manpower and taxpayer money on going and grabbing a couple of just freaking cute animals that are doing nothing?
Other than making these people money because they're cute and popular.
Right.
And
Yeah. Making people's days, making people smile. Fuck, man. Anyways, rules are rules, laws are laws. I get it, but yo, man, trash human beings. Anyways,
that's what I was going to bring up. Great is like I don't. He says I don't agree with what they did, but they had 7 years to fill out the permits. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, again, we could do this all day. Yeah. I can do this with everything. Yeah. I believe in law and order, and I believe that way too many people get away with too much shit nowadays, bro. I just think there are situations that can be handled with a much more humanistic way of doing things, right? Than raiding somebody's fucking house. Okay? Like that. Like anyways, again. I understand the arguments. I agree. Some of you wouldn't like how far I want law and order to go on certain things. So I totally understand, right? I just see this. And again, we're doing nothing but making people smile on a daily basis. Anyways, and I'm an animal lover, so pure and simple.
Yeah,
anyways,
I understand.
Pure and simple. So anyways, as far as this goes, as far as Herman Hulst goes, not speaking of squirrels or raccoons here, trash pandas. But speaking of Herman Hulst and Hideki's interview here, well, no, I got to say I was not surprised by the closure. I thought this was the inevitable at the end of the day, because especially with a corporation like Sony, stains on your record when it comes to this don't sit well with them. And they want to memory hold this as fast as possible.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
And so for me seeing this, I was like, well, yeah, this was what was going to happen. They were going to do this. I never thought it was going to come back as free to play. They don't want this anywhere. They don't want the stench of it around anywhere, right? It's an embarrassment, as it should be, to all the higher ups at that corporation to invest, whether they did all the investing or not. They took on a $400 million bill to produce a game that literally lasted 2 weeks, right? Mm-hmm. They canceled other games like Factions in favor of a game like Concord.
Yeah.
This is an embarrassment, hands down, and they're treating it as such. They're bearing it completely, 1000%. Do it with the studio. You know, the responsibility has to fall at somebody's feet. And obviously, if they're not going to let it fall at the feet of Herman Hulst, which again, I'm not calling for Herman to get fired over this. Mistakes happen. I mentioned all the other stuff about the other shows and about what people talk about because, you know, again, how many times we've heard Phil needs to be fired or Booty needs to go or Sarah needs to go or whatever the case may be. Anytime anything happens at Xbox, So I'm not on board with that. But when it comes to the studio that's responsible for the game, whether they were pushed into this game, whether they were given direction in this game, whatever the case may be, they made decisions. Those higher ups at Firewalk. Now, obviously, the people underneath the higher ups who had nothing to do with it, just wanted to make a damn good game. Because again, I am of the belief, and I didn't say this during my Dragon Age speech, but I will always be of the belief that there aren't any devs who go into this industry to go out and make a shit game.
Yeah, not intentionally.
Okay. They don't go out to fail. Even if their ideas are bad, they aren't making it going right. Even if we think that their ideas are bad, say. They aren't sitting there at their computers programming away going, God, I'm trying to make this the shittiest ass game I've ever done. I hope people hate this. That's not really what's happening. So for all the people that didn't have anything to do with the decisions that were made that ultimately led to the failure of Concord, I feel for all those people. Again, as always, I hate to see studios close. I hate to see talent lost, right? I said this from the beginning. I didn't want Arcane closed, right? I didn't want, whatchamacallit, Hi-Fi Rush, blank in the studio. Anyways, didn't want them to be let go. Thankfully, they got saved, right? I don't want to see talent lost. Now, again, this industry is bloated. This industry obviously has a problem with budgets. $400 million on a game like Concord is completely outrageous and unacceptable. Even if this was $200 million, it would be completely outrageous to think a game like Concord cost $200 million to make. Okay.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
It's
out of control. Insane. It's out of control.
That is a problem by itself.
And it is a problem unto itself. So but again, the people that are developing it, the worker bees, they don't usually have anything to do with that portion of it, right? So from that standpoint, I hate to see this happen outright, but I knew that this was, for me, I knew that this was going to be the ultimate reality that was going to face them. I do believe that Herman Hulst should take the fall on this. I do think he should take responsibility for it. Again, I'm not saying he should be fired, but much like how Phil does, he should come out and admit that he was in the wrong on this game. I do think that people have praised Herman Hulst for too long without giving him any criticism, but that's in PlayStation in general. PlayStation doesn't receive the criticism that Xbox does from its fans or from the media or from anybody else. I think everybody has a right at this point with how many studio closures that PlayStation has had. Mm-hmm. There's a right to question not only Jim, who is gone now, right? But to question Herman Hulst, who is his right-hand man and who, like you said, failed. You could say failed upward. Like I said, Herman, I believe, is an intelligent dude. He did head up Guerrilla. He did do some really cool stuff at Guerrilla. I'm not going to say that he necessarily has failed. He's a chameleon, though. I will say that. And I think he kind of just adapts into whatever the people around him need to be. And a lot of people are successful that way. But I do think that his decision-making can come into question. I do think that there should be more criticism of his decision-making when it comes to the studios and when it comes to games. Because if you look at what happened, Steel, there's been a lot of wasted time, a lot of wasted resources, a lot of waste on PlayStation's side. And again, anytime Xbox has it, it's instantly called out by the media, by other people. Again, it's time to start happening on PlayStation side because they haven't been great this generation. They've sold. They're really popular. They're still doing good numbers wise, but they have not produced the games that they normally do. They've had their main studios like Naughty Dog working on projects that are ultimately canceled, wasting time, wasting money. You can call into question the people in charge, right? And I think that needs to start happening, and Herman is not above that in any way, shape, or form. So, just a dramatic, one of the biggest, if not the biggest flop in gaming history at this point, just from a dollar value standpoint, probably the biggest flop in gaming history. And, again, I think the fact that Herman said that lessons are learned, but we will use those lessons to move forward in our strategic, whatever he said, we're going to move forward and continue to try to push forward into games as a service or whatever he said, live service games.
Yeah, he says this. He says this exactly. Yeah. He says, Herman said that expanding beyond PlayStation devices and crafting engaging online experiences alongside our single player games is key for us as we evolve our revenue streams. In other words, they're not going to stop trying. You guys, and that's fine. Again, I'm all for it, but you guys better figure this out real quick because you guys are on a bad
bad trajectory with those types of games, right? And they need to find one or two, and they need to learn how to make multiplayer games again. Because it is a part of the future, and because they do need that first party stuff. They can't rely on third party all the damn time like they have been, which we've talked about a billion times, and obviously is directly in everybody's face with the Call of Duty situation. They can't rely on that, so they have to find their footing somehow, Steel. But my God, man, I mean, you've got Bungie on life support right now. Part of Bungie has already been absorbed into PlayStation. You've got this Firewalk situation, right? You've got, again, the cancellation of factions. You got the cancellation of the Spider-Man multiplayer game. The only one that we know, or the two that we know about right now, are Fair Games and the Horizon multiplayer game. Because, of course, again, I think that people need to start questioning Herman Hulst and his love for his old studio Guerrilla and Horizon. Like, bro, like, you seem to keep green lighting shit for this. Like, we're getting the Horizon Lego game. Like, you got more popular IP than Horizon. Like, I think it's a little weird, right? Anyways, but that's it. That's what we know about right now. And again, I'm on the same board as I was with Xbox, even without a roadmap. I know these studios are working on stuff. I know eventually we are going to get a roadmap. Eventually they're going to have a showcase. Eventually there's going to be something new that comes out of these studios. We know this. They're working. They got projects. They're going.
Well, Pong, to Decato's point too, and Chad, and I think we can draw that into this conversation as well. I mean, you say those things, but there's also seems to be something still off, because they're still trying to make other plays, like what Decato says, and they still go and try to make Crimson Desert exclusive. I think that is the much worse play.
Much worse play. I mean, it'd be good for them if they had pulled it off.
Yeah, but no, that was
I mean, it would have been great for them had they pulled it off. Thank God Pro Abyss wanted nothing to do with that, right? Thank God Pro Abyss said, yeah, no, we're good. We're going to self-publish. We're okay. But yeah, that's what I mean. They're still going to continue to do that. They're still going to go buy third-party titles and stuff. But I just think overall, the Firewalk situation, the $400 million burned up, completely wasted. At some point, you have to take a step back. And obviously, this is what the smart people do internally at the studios, and Herman and Hideki and everybody else that's in charge over there. Yeah. You would assume they're taking a step back and they're going, okay, we've fucked up multiple times now. We have burnt through a lot of time and money here trying to chase this down. Realistically, what are we doing? And is it going to ultimately work for us, or do we need to scale back and rethink our position here? And I think that again, I don't know. Again, I'm spitballing, not a fly on the wall in the offices I would love to be at this point, just to hear what these conversations are like.
Both of them. Nintendo as well. Yeah. Like all of them.
But I think that, again, to me, their biggest mistake is not leaning into that big IP that they have and creating the experiences that already have built-in fan bases. To me, that's still this new IP, trying to create a live service game around unknown IP. You're adding challenge to a climb up Mount Everest. You're like saying, okay, we're going to not wear any jacket or pants when we go to Mount Everest. When you say that we're going to create brand new IP that nobody knows anything about and try to build an audience on an exclusive game.
You have IPs that had multiplayer that you didn't expand out.
Right. I think eventually they have to realize, even if they don't think that it's the best play, that they have to take advantage of what they do have in that known IP and go back to some of it still. I think factions would have done something. I think it would have moved the needle.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you would have built a fan base. And correct. And I think and that's not just speaking from just your passion. Like this is just on my outside looking in. I think you really had something there. The Spider-Man one.
Oh, that would have been maybe a potential Fortnite
even
for them.
Let's say it doesn't even hit let's say it doesn't even hit perfect. No game really hits perfect out the gate.
Yeah.
Let's say it even underperforms
People
out
would've
the
came
gate.
back.
Let's say it comes out, it's a little light, right? Let's say it's a little light on content, right? Let's say it comes out and there's obviously it's more like an early access than it is an actual full game, right? The amount of fucking people who love Spider-Man and who simply love swinging through the city, beating up bad guys, and now they can have their friends show up alongside them. The amount of people that would have carried that, even if it was light, is astounding. Like, I know for a fact that that game would have had more people actively involved in it than a lot of MMOs that have been around for a long time. I know this for a fact. Again, when I say fact, you guys all know what I mean. But I'm just saying that the idea that they gave up on that steal and pushed forward with Concord it flabbergasted me, bro. Like, this is where I got to look at Herman and I got to look at Hideki and I go, do you guys honestly understand gamers? Do you guys understand the gaming industry? And again, I know I could be completely wrong. I'm just a fucking fool on a couch who doesn't know shit. I get it, guys. But honestly, common sense sometimes does apply in these industries where you from the outside who have never had anything to do with the industry can actually have better ideas than those that are on the inside. Sometimes the inside blinds you. Sometimes you can't see the forest through the trees because you are there.
Yeah.
And I really do wonder about this because, again, I don't understand how you look at that. And yes, I understand that you can say, well, we were going to take away from Insomniac and Insomniac's plate's already full and we didn't want to spread them so thin. But my God,
Make another team.
You make another team, build out another team. You just spent $400 million on Concord. Like it was nothing. Like you could have built 2 teams around that. Right. But just to not give it a shot still baffles my mind, right? That's where I'm at with this. I think they need to go back to their known IP and they need to pull some magic out of their known IP to give themselves a chance still in this space, whatever it is. So that's where I'm at.
I mean, just to kind of pull back into what I was speaking to as far as like the vision goes and everything, that to your point though, Pong, if they're not able to see those things, if they weren't thinking about that, and maybe they did think about it. And again, it's so hard for me to even believe that those ideas didn't come up, right? It is so difficult for me to imagine that nobody had a vision to carry these things forward. Talking about these online games that we've had rumors that were canceled, or even if you're talking about Concord and people looking at it and getting a better understanding. So just to keep it on Concord though, there was internal testing being done. It wasn't just, Herman says it's good to go and Herman said it was good, so it's got to be good. No, this is the board saw that game and was sold on it. The people within Sony saw that game and were okay with it. And if we're going to talk about the yes man culture and people being afraid to speak up, why aren't there more articles and conversations being had about that type of thing happening at a high level at PlayStation? This is guaranteed. I haven't heard nothing from Xbox or Microsoft where, that we just had a bunch of yes men over here and, they didn't want to hear anything. Now, don't get that confused with them just being bad with communication, like Redfall as an example. We didn't know it needed that much help and, whatever. But they still supported Redfall up to a certain point. And to Nixie's point in chat, he said the games also get test reviewed. They reviewed these games internally. And again, look to Microsoft. They thought Redfall was going to be a 7-8. Come to find out, it ain't fucking close, bro. Not at release. Nowhere close. So you look at these other things and like, man, how do you release this? How do you release these things? Look at the numbers and say, you know what? I think we got something. And it doesn't hit the same fucking way. Or it doesn't hit at all. That's why I say it's more than just people are overlooking the game. People are just, people were overly down on it. Nah, there was a deeper thing there. So yeah, man, it's just it's unfortunate. Again, Holst is continuing to say as well that he is, and this is a quote from him directly. He says, "I am a big believer in the benefits of embracing creative experimentation and developing new intellectual property. However, growing through sustainable financials, especially in a challenged economic environment, is critical. I remain confident that we are building resilient and capable organization driven by creating unforgettable entertainment experiences for our players." This shit all seems convoluted, and there's something conflicting way deeper. And again, it's all about Helldivers being a success for them as well. And Helldivers isn't in their studio. It's a third party game, so that is being done directly through. And matter of fact, I don't know if it was the people from Helldivers, the devs themselves. I think that it was because I think somebody threw the question out there. It was like, "What's keeping Helldivers from coming to Xbox?" And I think the people from the studio were like, "That's something that PlayStation and Xbox got to talk about. We would love for it to be over there." Well, why wouldn't it be? Why couldn't it be? Why shouldn't it be?
Well, it could be, but they're not ready yet. They're not ready yet.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
And but by the time that they are ready, though, Pong, it may be too late. It may be.
It may be. But I think Sony's too big to PlayStation's too big to fail overall, unless they really screw up. But I mean, could they potentially lose some of their market share and lose part of it? Yeah, they could. Absolutely. Some of their power? Absolutely. Of course they could. So, but it's neither here nor there. They're fine right now. They get to do what they want to do. That's why they continue to do what they want to do. But I gotta believe after this many failures, after all these studio closures, again, Koi, we don't even talk about the Koi, which is their mobile studio that they had developed. I think it was Savage Games, if I remember correctly before. Mm-hmm. They purchased those guys. That team never even got to put out a game.
No, they're just close. Yeah.
And they closed. And again, you can dismiss it because it's mobile, but it's still a developer that they bought that obviously those people thought, "Oh, great, we're working for PlayStation now. We got security. We don't have to worry about shit anymore." Then they close. And again, the only reason why I bring this up, this happens. This is business. But the only reason why I bring this up is because this is the shit that just, again, are we seeing a bunch of articles about this from sites everywhere still talking about what's going on at PlayStation? Why do they have so many closures? No. But the minute Xbox has a closure or lays off some people, we've got article after article for months asking the questions about what's going on at Xbox. And again, they bring it up later. Yeah, we should be worried. They bring it up at a later date. So that's the only reason why I still bring it up here. Again, that's that Xbox tax that Nixie likes to say doesn't occur. But that's why I think it needs to be talked about. And that's why I was hoping Steel had done the dark web side of things and see if anybody was actually having full show. They could have had full shows this week, Steel, on just PlayStation. Like they always say, well, we always have to talk about Xbox because Xbox is always fucking up and doing shit and all this kind of stuff. That's why we always talk about Xbox. Well, you had a week now, where you could have full shows about this, and you guys like to deep dive Xbox. Again, all the people who give themselves license to talk about this and say nobody else should talk about it because because nobody else knows what they're talking about. Well, I hope you guys had 3-4 hour shows on the problem with Sony right now and about what happened to these studios and about why this made sense or why it didn't make sense and what the mismanagement is going on over there. I sure hope you did. Because again, this is the stuff you guys all come after Xbox. And again, sometimes rightfully so. Steele and I talked about the Redfall situation at length when it happened. And again, I thought it was crazy that Xbox bought ZeniMax Bethesda and didn't walk into Arcane immediately and knock on the door and go, "Hey, let's see what's your build. Let's see what you're at. You guys need some help." And then we found out that Phil did do internal testing and that their internal reviewers said it was going to be much better. Well, that's part of that toxic positivity. Who you got around. That's what happened with Concord. We've heard that now multiple times, that nobody could say anything critical. Otherwise, you got a whole group of people within Concord upset, within Firewalk upset. And you could never say anything critical. Well, that's a problem too. So I hope you all had those conversations because fuck, man, you had enough of them about Xbox all the damn time. Jesus.
Yeah, I hadn't seen anything, but again, maybe it's just I wasn't looking for it. I usually come across them.
Yeah.
You know, I don't look for it most of the time, but it's just, you know, I come
Like I
across
said
these
before.
things. I get ideas. You know, I do listen to certain shows just to kind of get an idea of where people are kind of going. But I also just look at the community, and I'm at a point with it as well. It's just some people are just going to have a completely different perspective on things, and that's absolutely fine. But you know, being non-console centric, we try to look at things from that RTS perspective, man, as best as we can. And again, is there some bias in there? Do we have preferences? I mean, again, Pong has been PlayStation pretty much that time until this generation, you know what I mean? Like, but we've also spoke to going where we see the most benefit as gamers, right? To me, that continues to seem like to be PC. But again, I still think that PC isn't oh yeah, everybody should just make a PC. No, we should continue to ask more from the platform holders, continue to ask them to do better, to be better, to represent gamers, but continue to innovate, because innovating is what helps push this industry forward. Innovating is why we have games the way they are today. Right? I mean, again, we are starting to see a lot of things get limited, but it's, you know, we got to keep bringing be welcoming to the newer ideas that are coming in. But there's newer ideas, got to have a soul to it. Cause I see y'all talking about, you know, Rivals and, the Valve game, that are hero shooters. In both of those, from what I think it's called Deadlock. In both of those, even a game like Off the Grid, you could say that's just another battle royale. The thing about those games, Rivals and even Deadlock, those games seemingly have more soul than other games that come out. And that's the best way that I can explain that. So yeah, man, it's unfortunate to see things play off the way that they continue to play out the way that they have. What's also as unfortunate is the amount or lack of hope that I have for Bungie, since we're talking about on the PlayStation side of things still. Bungie came out this week and gave people an update on Marathon, which is their Bungie's next game, the makers of Halo and now Destiny, which is going to be an extraction shooter. And they made sure that to make that known, it's going to be a class-based extraction shooter, where you go out into the world, you're going to get stuff, you're going to fight. It's going to be PvE, VP. You'll be able to fight teams to get their loot or leave with nothing. Right. Needless to be said, I watched the entire video that they did on it. I don't have faith in Bungie. Just don't. I can't ignore what they have done over the last over the decade. Can't. The sunsetting, taking things away, not supporting one half of your game, which again, you know, people can take that for what it is. I like to be consistent. You ask of all these things from certain games, but then other games, we just completely dismiss it and say, oh man, Steel, nobody plays the multiplayer like that, man. You know, it's a PvE game. That's the main focus. That's just there to be there. But you have a competitive mode in it. You have a ranked mode in it. You had Trials of Osiris that was coming out on a seasonal kind of thing basis. You had Iron Banner. You had so many other things that were built for this mode. But no, it's just, don't worry about it. It's just a whatever, man. You know, you're just tripping. That's not what people are here for. Well, no, they're not here for it because you didn't fucking support it. So you think that I believe that you're going to support Marathon or that Marathon is going to be a good game? You know, the one thing that they did confirm though is that, hey, guess what, guys? In case you were wondering, Marathon's going to be everywhere. Wow. What great news. You're going to be able to play it on Xbox, PC, PlayStation, wherever. So, man, it is starting to infect PlayStation from the inside out. Because, you know, I do still hear people saying that, well, you know, you guys still got to wait for those games to come to PC. Man, it's seeming to take less and less time as we move further into the future, to the point that you're getting brand new games released day one from a dev team that is not doing the greatest. So how come they still got sachet under PlayStation? Huh? I wonder what's going on with that. That Bungie could come in, have seemingly a downfall, a major downfall, and still have all the rights to say, you know what, we're still going to put our game everywhere. I wonder if the business side got involved and accepted the fact that you're going to have to put this everywhere. Look, Marathon is interesting. I don't have the basis from the previous game. And again, I just completely different era, generation, totality, right? When they made the previous Marathon. And I'd imagine it's going to be nothing like this new version. I believe that Bungie can make a good game. I just don't know how much faith I have in them supporting the game. With this being the one that's more multiplayer focused, them not knowing how long that they have been working on the multiplayer side of it as well. It has to have been at least since 2017, because I believe that was the information that I gathered as well about when they started dropping off of content for Destiny. It might have been 2019. I might be getting confused. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows in chat. Or if you're listening to this afterwards, let me know in the comments below. But the multiplayer focus on Destiny has left for some time. So with Marathon now being in development for as long as it has, even if conceptually down to gameplay, which we know that there was some gameplay testing that was done, and there not to be a slice of gameplay, something to show, hey, this is what Marathon is going to be, not just a in-engine cutscene with showing no gameplay, but an actual slice of what is to be expected in this new direction, I do think is very telling. That's about all that I got from that. So shout out to Bungie and Marathon. We'll see what they end up getting from that. Pong, I don't know if you ended up watching that video and getting tuned in. I mean, again, the guy seemed like he was passionate about what he was talking about. But there also seemed to be a lingering thing behind what he was saying as well. There is some pressure to be felt. So, I mean, what did you take from the conversation about Marathon, the way that it was brought up, and what little they had to show for it, or just giving you that more of the outlines of, do you have more of an understanding of what Marathon is or what they're going for now than previously?
No, it's the same as what I thought it was going to be. First of all, shout out to Nixie. He corrected me. He said, probably I was bringing up what I was bringing up is the pearl clutching at gaming media, like it's supposed to be different than other media as a whole. Yeah. Listen, Nix, you know my rants on the media, you know all of that. I lump the game journalists in with all the other mainstream media because they use the same exact tactics here in this industry as they do elsewhere. So you already know I'm on board with that, and I agree with you. However, I'm still going to call it out. But I appreciate you correcting me that you weren't saying that you don't believe in the Xbox tax, but that the fact is you're saying, well, of course, because what else is the media going to do? And he also said that it's just like people asking why nothing Apple's never called out like Android is and Google is. You're absolutely correct. Yep, popularity contest. And if you're not the popular kids, then you get called out. Yep. Nope. I get it. So appreciate that, Nixie. Yeah, no, as far as Marathon goes, listen, I don't really care. I'm going to try it. Obviously it's going to be free to play, so I'll try it out. It's going to be everywhere. I'll try it out. Obviously I think Bungie has a big enough, even though, obviously they're not the Bungie of old anymore. Obviously a portion of them have already been absorbed into PlayStation, but the Bungie name still carries weight. That's why I always said that Marathon's got a chance, because there are going to be a large group of people, unless it looks like complete, utter garbage. There are a large number of people who are going to try out Marathon. And if Marathon has something, there will be a good number of people who stick around for it and continue to play because it's Bungie. We know the gunplay is probably going to be pretty damn good, right? Because that's Bungie. So if it pulls anything off where people go, okay, I can see what they're going for here.
Yeah.
It's interesting. They are going to have a fan base built in that are going to support the game. And I think it's got a shot. That's why I've always said it. I don't think Marathon's dead in the water. To Steele's point, though, and Steele and I agree with you, you certainly could be on the other side that says that you don't have any faith in Bungie anymore. That, again, yeah, this is not the Bungie of old. They've certainly made a plethora of mistakes when it comes to Destiny, both 1 and 2. They certainly built a juggernaut in Destiny, but at the same time, they alienated big, large portions of their fan base at one time or another, many times over the years. I mean, they've done stupid decisions and all that kind of stuff. So ultimately, yeah, if you're on Steele's side and you say, I don't have any faith in Bungie, I see it. Again, I get it. The only thing I said to Steele about the Marathon thing is, even though they didn't show any gameplay, and I was kind of surprised, Steele, that we didn't get just a small snippet. Like,
yeah, give me an example of what you're going for. Like,
just give me a tease, right?
That's all the bad.
I did say that the artwork, at least, right? They showed the artwork of the one character. Yes, that right. Again, I hate to keep beating the dead horse that is Concord, but again, I think it's fair because the minute I saw Concord characters, I was like, "Yo, what are we doing? This ain't interesting, right? This ain't interesting at all. These characters aren't interesting." That was one of the biggest knocks on Concord right out the gate. So when I saw the Marathon character, the artwork that they had for the character, and obviously I know that's what they're going for, that look. It already was like, oh, okay, well, at least the characters are looking cool. At least this one character looks like they know what they're doing. Like, this looks dope, right? I like the aesthetic. I like the look of it. So if the whole game's like this, the other characters are, and we saw the other artwork when they first announced Marathon, prior to it kind of changing, but I think they're still going for that same aesthetic. I really like the lines that they had in the game. I like that kind of simplicity, but sci-fi look that it had to it. It was very clean. I really did like that. And so if they're keeping in that kind of mode, I'm good with that. Like, I'm already okay. I'm interested. So, but yeah, I would have liked to see some more, but obviously an update was good to say we're still alive. We're still kicking away. There's been internal testing of it still. We know that for a fact. There's been some big tests, of Marathon internally. So even though they didn't show any gameplay, I do think this thing's closer, sooner than later. It sounds like they might, because it's a smaller version of the original idea, maybe they're going to have this thing ready to go. Maybe they'll throw it in early access first, right? Or something like that. But I think we see Marathon potentially. I think we could add a beta next year, if not, some type of early access launch next year. I think that they're closer than people think. But we'll have to wait and see. Again, there's been so many changes at Bungie and so much internal stuff going on. Who knows? But I think that the way that they kind of talked about it and the way they kind of showed it, and with the internal testing going on, I think it's coming. I think it's close. So, but I'll try it. Like I said, Steel, and I think it's got a shot.
I'll try it. I mean, again, I haven't played extraction shooters like that. I never played Tarkov. So many things I hear about Tarkov. I'm not necessarily interested in playing Tarkov. I do like some of the premises and things that's the thing that frustrates me the most about Bungie, just totality. It's just the lack of support, especially when you already have an IP that is good, that you could be making way more money than you are making off of it right now if it just saw proper support. Right, because you have that talent, because there isn't gameplay in comparison. I still would say Bungie's gameplay is in the top 3 of first-person shooters in existence, even in Destiny. It just is. The way that it makes you feel in first person, you feel like the character that you are playing, right? And they make it feel very unique. The way that the Halo makes you feel, the way that Destiny makes you feel. Although I do think that it just makes you feel like you're playing Halo, like a more futuristic version of Halo. It is something that you can't ignore, right? Which is why when Firewalk was doing Concord, where you saw a lot of that floatiness and everything, where it's just like, you had this already, though. Why does this have to be its own thing? So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. With that, though, I think it'd be a good point to roll into where we want to go. Because I thought this was interesting. I don't know what it implies or what's going to end up happening or anything like that. It is a little bit of a shorter little article here, but it gets into a scoop about PlayStation's Wolverine creative director that is now leading Xbox's Perfect Dark. Don't know if you ended up seeing this, Pong, and kind of how you feel about this as well. I thought that this was interesting. I don't know what it implies. To me, I took it as knowing how far Wolverine is currently in development. Wolverine was originally rumored to come out next year in 2025, right? I think it's more of a 2026 game.
Wasn't the timeline 2026 on the leak?
I can't recall.
Or 2027? I think it was 2026 or 2027
recall.
from Wolverine on the leak. I'm pretty sure.
If it was 2026,
we were supposed to get Venom. Because we were supposed to get Venom
that's,
this year.
That might be what I'm conflicting it with.
Yep.
So if it's 2026, we'll see. We'll see if it ends up coming around that time. But even if it does, if it is 2026, that would tell me that for the creative side of things, that everything is done, right? As far as conceptually, what's going to be in it, design wise, and from my understanding, as part of what the role of the creative director is, to direct the creative direction, right? To make sure that there is a creative direction. I can imagine once you get that hammered out, how that person's role may have been fulfilled and it's time to move on. Though, if that is the case, that does make it more interesting about Perfect Dark, because what would that say about Perfect Dark? Does Perfect Dark not have a direction, a creative direction? Because I thought what we saw last time from the gameplay that they showed, I took that as mostly a slice of what the game is going to play like. Is that not the case still? Is there still some turmoil happening with Perfect Dark? Is there a lack of direction happening at Perfect Dark? I don't know. But when there's a creative director that steps in, that's kind of where my brain kind of goes to. Like, maybe there has to be something else major happen, because it's not like it's a small role, right? So, Steven, this is going to be from GameFile.news by Steven Totillo, and it starts off by saying 2 major upcoming first-party video games have gotten big changes at the top. As part of the unusual leadership shuffle, GameFile has learned. Brian Horton, who was publicly named as the creative director of Sony's Insomniac upcoming Marvel Wolverine PS5 game in 2021, has been off the project since the summer, 2 sources familiar with the matter told GameFile. The game is now being helmed by creative director Marcus Smith, a rep for Sony Interactive Entertainment, has confirmed to GameFile. Mike Daly will serve as Wolverine's new game director. So they have a new game director. So Wolverine's previously announced game director Cameron Christian will remain at the studio in a different role, GameFile understands. Smith and Daly are formidable new duo for Wolverine. They previously held creative director and game director roles respectively on Insomniac's acclaimed 2021 PS5 release of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. The changes atop the Wolverine development team are the result of creative decisions around the game, the 2 sources told GameFile. SIE rep declined to comment on the reason for the roles change on Wolverine. And it could have been something that Pong also so that we saw from some of the leaks, where you were saying that because you saw Jean Grey, wasn't it Jean Grey in there? And you were saying some things about Jean Grey that were like, I don't know. Yeah. And also coming off of Spider-Man 2 and what they've done with that, could there be some changes happening behind the scenes as far as that goes? And maybe that's what's led to some of these changes happening. As for Horton, who previously worked as the creative director on another lauded Insomniac game, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, he has already found a new high-profile gig. He's the new creative director of the Xbox-published Perfect Dark, the highly anticipated first-person shooter that is being co-developed by Microsoft's The Initiative and Embracer-owned Crystal Dynamics. Horton will be bringing his wealth of experience to the upcoming reboot of the classic Secret Agent series, and Xbox rep confirmed to GameFile. Pong, I'm interested to see how you take this. Like, what does this say to you? Is there worries to be had on either side? Is this essentially saying that Perfect Dark is probably further away than we thought? What'd you think?
No, I did think about this one because I did think it was interesting. Number one, the one source that said it did have to do with some disagreements on the direction of Wolverine internally is why he did leave.
Damn.
And if you look at his X posting, he was posting about Wolverine up until August of this year. So this just happened, right? It was August or September, I think, his last post about Wolverine. So you would think Wolverine's a little bit further along, but obviously it's still not in the realm of possibility to change some direction of the game. Obviously you're gonna have the main story outlined. You're gonna have, those bits and pieces, but obviously within the game itself, moment to moment, there's still plenty of time for them to change, different bits and pieces of that, and how the game plays. So I could see that happening even at this point, that they just had a disagreement. And he was obviously stood on his hill. He was very adamant, obviously, if this is the case. Again, we're taking this as more than a grain of salt, but obviously it's still a grain of salt. I'm just saying, let's assume, because we're having a talk around this, let's assume this is the case. So if that's true, then he just stood on his hill. He was adamant about his decisions, and obviously there was a power struggle, and he lost. So he left. It happens at companies all the time. This is why I never freak out. Again, this is the other thing in this community. Everybody freaks out about people leaving. This is creatives. Exactly, Stu. I've always said this. Like, these are highly emotional people when it comes to creativeness, imagination, all this kind of stuff.
Art,
and things are going to happen. It's not easy. Thomas Mahler, from Ori, he had talked about that this is messy, right? That the creative process is messy. It's not organized all the time. It is a process. So, cool. He left. As far as joining Perfect Dark, listen, you could sit back and say exactly what you're saying, Steele. And I guess it's a potential.
This far along, that's why
it's potential. But the other thing to me, Steele, is that number one, you bring him in from a veteran standpoint. If you go back and you look at this guy's history in the games he's worked on, dude's got history. Okay, he's been around from an artist all the way up to the top now, art director to the top level. He knows gaming, and he's been a part of some big games and some really successful games. So you bring him in as that right, Steele? You give him the title,
to be the
right?
Quality.
Because you want to bring him in, right? So, but you're going to have to give him the title, right? But he comes in and gives a critical eye to what is wrapping or getting closer. Again, I still think Perfect Dark is 2026 as well, but you're getting closer. But you bring him in at this point to give a critical eye to everything that you've got so far, Steele, and maybe he can tighten up some of the narrative. Maybe he can tighten up some of the moment-to-moment gameplay, right? So if maybe he'll see some lulls that you didn't see, because he's got this experience with big narrative games, right? He's got this experience of what it takes, obviously, to make a game that flows well, that has good cadence and all that kind of stuff. So maybe you just bring him in, but you got to give him the title, because he's not going to take a lesser job. So you give him the title, you give him the pay, but you also bring him into the fold for not just a Perfect Dark, Steel, but now you got another obviously incredibly talented person into the mix, right? That for your next project, the initiative, who knows? Maybe the initiatives themselves have already got a smaller team because that initiative was originally created, if you remember, Steel, when the initiative was started, it was not supposed to be a full production studio. It was supposed to be a starter. Right? It was supposed to be a studio that pumped out ideas. Yep, got it going, and then handed it off to another team. Now, that's obviously all changed, but there could be a smaller team already working on something new internally at the initiative, and he might just naturally transition over to be the lead of that game if he works well with everybody within the initiative. So I think that's all this really is, Still. You saw a talented person on the outside. You said, you know what? We could use a critical outside perspective on Perfect Dark. Now that we are to this point in the development cycle, we could use an outside voice to come in and take a look at it. Somebody who knows what these big movie-like experience games are supposed to be. And let's bring him in and give his opinions. We're gonna give him the title, give him the money, but then he's also freaking talented. And we might have him on for another project. He might be one of our co-leads. We might have a second team for him. Whatever. Again, I'm speculating, but I'm just saying it makes a lot of sense in this industry when you see somebody like that leave somewhere. If you know him, maybe somebody's worked with him in the past at the initiative. And I know for a fact he did, right? The lead of the initiative is Gallagher, right? So Gallagher and him worked on Tomb Raider together.
Oh, true.
Because he worked on Tomb Raider. So Gallagher already knows him, Steel. So there you go. That's the link. I totally blanked out. Yeah. So Gallagher already knows him. So he's bringing him in. because he's somebody you can obviously work with. So I think it's just natural.
Oh,
fit.
and
It's
as a
great.
creative director, if that's somebody that you know already, then you and here Gallagher, I'm pretty sure that he would even be able to trust his creative direction and say, okay, let's bump heads together and see again, because Ham makes the point in the chat. He was like, I feel like they want Perfect Dark to be perfect, and I'm sure it helps having a big name attached to it with his inspiration.
Shout out to Ham, by the way. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, shout out to you, Ham. Appreciate you, man, for coming through. He also says they definitely plan something for the future. The title for this is just to let you know that the high-ranking man is in the building. Yeah, man, and that could be 100% true. I mean, at least to me, I really like the points where you're coming from, because I could see that you making those connections. That does make a bit more sense. But again, it's not like I was overly being negative about it either. It's just
weird. It's just strange.
It is strange coming at this point, especially when Sony is as highly regarded as they are. But again, maybe he was just done working on Disney type content, right? Because there is, I'd imagine, as a creative director, very some fine line that you probably have to work in, knowing that Disney's also going to want hands in. Maybe that's part of the reason why Spider-Man 2 ended up being the way that it was. Again, I'm highly interested in playing Spider-Man 2 because that was also announced on our 2-week break that Spider-Man 2 is coming to PC here soon.
Right.
But so I am still interested in playing Spider-Man 2. It is demotivating the fact that there is no DLC. It's demotivating the fact that Mary Jane is even more involved in this game, although I did see a spoiler that I know I will like when I experience it because of Venom's involvement and everything. And again, I like what they seemingly have done with Venom in this game.
Well,
again,
and they could mod out Mary Jane and turn her into somebody else.
and they could absolutely do that. They could absolutely, and I really do hope that they do. And maybe, because again, I'm probably going to end up being there day one for it because how much I just appreciate Spider-Man 2018 as a game. I haven't finished Miles Morales yet. Maybe I will, and that'll start up that whole, and that's probably part of what I was waiting on, is Spider-Man 2, so I can go from Miles Morales into that next game, kind of carry over the experience. So that's going to be really dope to see. But but that's coming to PC here soon. So, Ham says, I'm not arguing with you at all. Still, we are just shooting shots. Oh yeah, I'm not. I don't even think that you are arguing. Again, here it's all about perspective and opinion. I'm not ever going to tell you, and that's something that we do here on Live and Split Screen that I think is extremely unique, is that we're not ever going to purposefully downplay or dismiss your opinion or your thought on how you perceive or see things. I think that's what makes it unique. Again, we'd like to use Nixie as an example. There's a lot of places that he goes that people don't like the way he goes about conversation. And even here, like sometimes we end up getting into, I would say a little bit of a one man, but not even that. No. It's just more so because I appreciate the perspective that he's coming from, whether he's doing it deliberately or not. It adds value to the conversation because it's like the other side of it, right? And I think
it's got substance. It
does have substance. I mean, the same thing when Decado says things. The same thing when anybody that says any stuff in chat. Ron will say things. Anybody that says anything that provides I at least think. Here, they do provide substance to the conversation. It's not a black and white. It's a gray thing that we like talking about it. So bring your conversation, bring your style in. But so that's why.
Curse you, Ron Slusher. By the way, curse you forever. Don't even bring that in here. Okay. He said Perfect Dark is about to transform into a 5v5 hero shooter that costs $40. Stop it. We're not doing that. And yes, Decado, Daryl Gallagher is the head of initiative. Yes. He's still there. He's the one that got the deal done with Embracer Group to bring Crystal Dynamics on board to help. Daryl Gallagher is he's the guy that kind of made it after everybody else left. Daryl Gallagher was the last man standing, and that is his studio now. So yeah, that is Gallagher's studio. So 100%.
So yeah, man.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting, Steel, and I think it's good. And I'm always for bringing on more talent, no matter what you do. Like again, even late in the game cycle, is it a little weird? Yeah, but I again, I look at it as more of a future play as well.
It just
to bring
told-
on another.
I feel like it
really
just
talented
told
dude.
me like it was further out than I was expecting.
But like I said, moment to moment stuff and the in-game stuff, like you're going to have the basic outline, you're going to have all that stuff kind of laid out, but really that moment to moment, the cadence of the story as it plays, you still have time to change that. You still have time to make cuts and edits within the game to bring that all together and kind of tie it up with a nice bow. So bringing somebody in with that kind of experience that understands. And again, the Gallagher relationship, totally had not clicked in my head, old brain yet again, but the old brain clicked in as I was talking, like, oh yeah, that's right. I read this was Tomb Raider, and I read that he had worked on Tomb Raider, so he knows Gallagher. But the fact that is the case, yeah, they understand each other's voices too, Steel. So there's not a learning curve there. So when he comes in and says something, Gallagher's going to know what he's talking about, right? They're going to speak the same language, so to speak. That's important. That's huge. That's huge, and it's efficient.
You don't have to readjust yourself to learn this whole new person and how they go about things, how they think. You already are familiar, and it's like, okay, this is what you. If this is what you, to your point, if this is what you have so far with Perfect Dark, let me see what your direction is thus far, and let me give my opinion because I know you value my opinion, and then we can have a discussion from there. And I think that's super. That's a good concept. I mean, again, from that perspective, I think that does help because I know not a lot of people are going to make that connection or speak to that, right? But I do think that does add additional context, which is fire. It does. Fire as fuck.
It does.
I like that.
Yep.
I guess the next thing we'll get into here, this is probably where I'm going to start just kind of start winding it down because I do need to get out of here. My daughter's getting out earlier than expected.
Absolutely. Whatever you need to do, brother.
Said she need to be she said 4:30, but then it turned into 2:30. So we'll see how we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap it up. We'll get through it.
I mean, we're coming up on 4 hours, bro. So
yeah. I mean, we're already towards our normal living split screen time. Exactly, so we're good. The last thing that I wanted to kind of dive into here, you guys can kind of see a little bit of that on screen. It's not something necessarily we like to play armchair CEO sometimes. So seeing this, especially off the cuff of off the heels, I should say, of Black Ops 6 releasing, right, to great success.
Oh, yeah.
The game that people said with it, if it was released in the Game Pass, it wouldn't sell that great, and if it did sell great, then it didn't do good for Game Pass, and it's a failure there, and overall, it's seeming to be a boon for Xbox in totality. I don't think we've gotten any real true numbers about what the impact to Game Pass has been. We'll see. But even if it's not a huge gainer for Game Pass, I will say in practice, again, like I told y'all earlier, I probably have 10 to 15 hours in the multiplayer for COD. I see a lot of people who have the PC with the Xbox logo next to them, which with signs and lets you know that they are playing from the Xbox app. I like the way that they did that and added that in because, again, that didn't exist before. But there are so many lobbies that I get into where sometimes half the lobby is coming from the Xbox app. So something is working. Right. Take that for what you will, whether there's people in Game Pass or not. Hey, whatever, they're playing it through there. So, but this says this is coming from simulationdaily.com. And again, any of the resources that we use will be under our sources section underneath the video in case you wanted to get any of that. Because again, everything that we cover is based off of things that have been talked about, factual information, or just things that are happening in the industry. And I started providing that for quite some time now, at least if I remember to do it, just so people can have something to go to if you're interested in covering and looking at some of these articles, or if you're just wondering, oh, did these guys just make this up? No, we're not making it up. So anyway, simulationdaily.com. This is written by Giuseppe Nelva. And it says Microsoft's gaming revenue grows 43%, driven by Activision acquisition, and Xbox hardware down by 29%. Now, you were talking about those dark streets, Pong. I did see them talk about this a little bit. I only heard a few things. Again, more so them speaking to like, oh, well, here we go again. Told you Xbox is going to the wayside. They're already pulling out of these markets, and now their hardware's even further down. It's a marker showing you they're pulling out.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
So, But anyway, today Microsoft announced its financial results for quarter one of fiscal year 2025, related to the period between July and September 2024, including an update on its gaming business. It's worth mentioning that as for the past 3 quarters, the results presented today include the numbers for Activision, Blizzard, and King, as Microsoft completed the embattled acquisition of the publisher last year. From the next quarter, we should see much smaller percentages since the comparison will be apples to apples. Oh, the other thing that I also saw from the dark streets was that none of these things count. This should not count for Microsoft because it's Activision.
Yeah, no, we got to stop that nonsense too. That's why they spent $70 billion. They're theirs now. They get to.
I just wanted to give people a long dramatic pause there and just give you a smile if you're watching this live, because I still find that conversation to be very interesting. I understand like the basis of it, right? Again, it's part of the reason I don't put all of Redfall on Microsoft or on Xbox, but they still get that smoke for that because you still allowed it to happen, right? I like to be somewhat consistent. It goes on to say, according to the financial documents of the more personal computing business, which includes the gaming business, overall gaming revenue, grew by 43%. Year on year, including 43 points of net impact from the Activision acquisition. That means without the acquisition, gaming revenue would essentially flat. Okay.
Whatever. Cool.
Hey, this is why they made the deal, huh? I mean, I think 43% is better than 0.
And when we say flat, that means they're still making money.
Yeah, they're making money. It's just not. It's not 43%.
It's not increasing. That's all. But their revenue
it's not 43% increase like they did when they bought Activision.
Right, but that's why you spent $70 billion.
Yeah,
so yeah,
but that's why you do it.
Yeah.
That is exactly why you do it. For that reoccurring revenue, not just anyway. Xbox content and services revenue was up a whopping 61%, including 53 points of net impact coming from the acquisition. So there is some growth here independently from there. So again, you see the growth there under 9%. Again, it's still growth, but you make these acquisitions so you can see even further growth. It helps, you know, it helps justify some things, it helps justify the vision. And they're going to see the return on it. Like the numbers speak for themselves. When you're making just under for Game Pass alone, you're making $500 million a month. And then you're not even throwing in consideration what Activision just makes off of cosmetics, right? Or microtransactions. And now you're also getting 80% to 20% of every Call of Duty or every game that is sold from Activision now. There's more things that you got to take in consideration. Ham says, read my previous comment about Microsoft if you can. What'd you say, Ham? He says, if Microsoft didn't make a smart business decision, they would be dead, says every grifter. Yeah, that is definitely a duh statement. Like, come on, guys. This is like, what are we, again, I'm all for playing armchair CEO, but, like what are we doing? Like some things just seem to be common sense. But anyway, on the other hand, hardware revenue dropped by 29% year on year due to the lower volume of consoles sold. We know that is a problem. Below, you can see a full breakdown of the impact of the acquisition. Cool. You can start to see a little table there. I'm not going to break that down. But anyway, the Form 10Q includes specific details on the financial performance of the gaming business. Revenue was $5.621 million, up from $3.919 million in the same quarter last year. If you subtract Activision, Blizzard, and King's revenue, Microsoft's gaming revenue for the quarter, not counting the impact of the acquisition, is $3.931 million, which is indeed essentially flat. Hey, I mean, they still made a profit. Hey, it could be as flat as fucking could be. You still made profit, and then with Activision, you made even more of a profit. So you take it for what you is. It's how these big businesses work, man. And you're good, Ham. I'm looking at the chat, so you're good. Again, this is part of the reason why we engage. This is something that I don't want ever to go away, with what we do here at Living Split Screen. Because again, you know, not everybody recognizes and looks at the chat. Hey, if you feel like that's anybody out there, you take that as a personal dig. Hey, take it for what you got to put the shoes on if you want to wear them. Anyway, if we take a brief look at Microsoft as a whole corporation, revenue was $65.6 billion, up 16% year on year. Operating income was $30.6 billion, up 14% year over year. And that's pretty much essentially it. Again, to me, I think this demonstrates that things like Call of Duty coming into Game Pass, as an example, are a boon. Again, we're not going to have any more solid numbers to speak on that, but this speaks towards their direction. As much as they may be down hardware wise, they're seeing revenue growth, right? And there is different ways to approach business than just trying to focus on console. Selling to the same base, doing the same things. People are finding more ways to expand out their libraries, finding more ways to access their content, and there are other ways to move in the future of gaming. I have been a proponent of Microsoft's ecosystem, Xbox's ecosystem, more than anything. When people ask me, hey, what do you love about Xbox? I will always, number one, say it's the ecosystem for me. They sold me on the ecosystem in 2001 when Xbox Live came into existence. It wasn't 2001 when it came into existence because it was Xbox Connect before that. But when Xbox Live came into existence, I was full on board with what they were doing moving into the future because it gave a baseline. It gave me an experience that I will never forget, and it's only gotten better over the years. It is just factual information for me as a consumer or me as someone who is passionate about games. There are things that I do not have to question or worry about being in the Xbox ecosystem. That when I look at the competitors, Nintendo or PlayStation, there are things that I do have to worry about. Nintendo is bare bones and ass as fuck. I feel like I go back 20 years almost anytime that I do anything in Nintendo's ecosystem. Right? PlayStation, they have gotten better over the years. But I have no reason to be part of that outside of what they are blatantly doing by getting their ecosystem on the PC side of things. Because guess what? You wouldn't be adding the trophies and all the extra stuff, all the behind the scenes thing, if it was not important to some people. Guess what? I'll end up being able to get trophies, whatever else, for Ghost of Tsushima as an example, although that's never a goal for me. But I did it on PC. I didn't do it on console. Well, and I don't see that as a negative thing. There are more ways to move through business. And I think Xbox, Microsoft, as much as people may say that, oh, well, their vision is changing all the time. They don't know what direction they want to move. We guys, sit back and really look at the fact there is no one else who has this road paved for gaming or entertainment in totality. Nobody else. Who are we looking to? People say, oh, well, you got Netflix, Disney Plus, you got all these other services that you can look to. Gaming is not the same. We make these comparisons, but gaming is not the same form of media. So nobody knows how we can progress forward in this digital era of gaming, because obviously there are more things that matter than just getting a game on a box and selling you that box. If PlayStation had a subscription service on PC that I had access to, I would probably be invested in that if they had games on there that I'd like to play. Do they? No. From everything that I've seen, I don't want to play Astro Bot. The wife will play Ratchet and Clank, but guess what? It's already on Steam. So boom, hey, the check mark. I don't have to worry about that. So why do I need to jump in there? God of War has told me that I don't need to worry about that. Maybe if they go and remake the trilogy 1 through 3, maybe that would be a reason. But look, again, you see the moves that are being made. So Nixie says, I am an OG Xbox since 01. This is not a brand I recognize anymore. I'm about the MS gaming life. And if a console handheld, not PC handheld drop. I get you, but I still consider that Xbox. I don't remove them. The same way I don't remove PlayStation from Sony. I don't remove their TVs. I don't remove their hardware. I don't remove anything else from Sony. I'm not going to remove PlayStation from it. I'm not going to remove Xbox from Microsoft until they completely get rid of Xbox and make it Microsoft Gaming, which I do think would be a very negative thing to do, because Xbox is your gaming identity, right? If they got rid of the Xbox branding, I would have some more worrying about. That's when I would start having some concern, because Xbox is what connects you to not only your core, but I think it gives you a business branding kind of soul in the gaming space, just like PlayStation does for Sony. So it's kind of how I'm looking at it, man. Uncharted territories, a lot of uncharted waters that we're going to be continuing to move through. I think this only opens more interesting conversation for the future. Again, you see those people come out and say, hey, well, I don't see how Xbox is able to support themselves. They're just pissing away money and throwing away money. They just throw money at a problem and then lose money. How is this helping the industry at all? I don't see enough people talking about Path of the Goddess. It's in Game Pass. Y'all write Game Pass off like it's not worth playing, but you get games in there all the time, day and date, newer games that people say, oh, well, if it was on PlayStation, I would be playing that game. You're not playing it in a subscription service that you say that doesn't get good games, but there are good games in it. I wouldn't have played Path of the Goddess if it wasn't for Game Pass. And it's a fucking phenomenal game. Like, Pong, I mean, how are you feeling about the numbers? How are you feeling about some of the things that I'm bringing up as well? Do you agree with me with the whole Uncharted Waters thing? And that's why those conversations, like when people dive into that, like, oh, when you keep hearing like, because I know I'm pretty sure you've heard that. I mean, I hear Jess Corden talk about it. He hears like, oh, I'm not sure about the direction that they may want to go, or whichever the case. It's kind of hard to know exactly where you want to go when we're in this space of it's changing. You got to be agile. And it seems like Microsoft is trying to be agile because, again, this is the first time that they are on the pulse of what the future may entail. Is it 100%? I don't know, but how are you seeing it?
I think Uncharted Waters is exactly the correct descriptor. I've said that before. So again, we're seeing a transformation of a game company that we really haven't seen the likes before. We watched Sega basically overnight stop producing hardware and turn into a third-party publisher, like almost literally, right? Literally. But we haven't seen one that has kind of become a hybrid third-party publisher, hardware maker, and still have first-party content as well. So this is Uncharted Waters. This is new ground. This is what we've said all along, though, that even with Game Pass and that subscription service, even though there's been other gaming subs, right? Again, everybody rightfully points out that other people did it, and did it before Xbox, but not to the scale, right? Not to the scale that Xbox has been trying to do with Game Pass. So they've been blazing new ground here for quite a while. We said that they kind of made their own game and their own rules and said, hey, if anybody wants to come play with us, come play with us. And nobody's really taken them fully up on that offer yet. But the future that they believe in, they think that they're right. That crystal ball that they've been looking out into the future of this industry and where it's going and the challenges that it's currently facing. Some of them could never have been planned for. Some of them certainly could have been planned better for. And some of them are things that they saw coming in this industry. And that's why they made the changes they did. So I think that for them at this moment in time, it's right. It's correct. And when we see these numbers like this, sure, there are plenty of numbers in here that you can pick apart and say, no, that's not good. But it's not good in the sense of the traditional way of thinking, the traditional model that we've all been, inducted into for a long time, for decades, right? The old model that Sony still plays by to a certain degree, that PlayStation still plays by, an old model that Nintendo used to play by, but they kind of removed themselves, but they're still very traditional. It just so happens that they found a niche, created their own pond, and swim in it the way they do. But they're kind of on their own, but they're more traditional because they rely on hardware sales to drive their software sales almost exclusively, right? Because they don't put their games everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But their attach rate for their first party titles are astronomical compared to Sony or Xbox or pretty much any other game company that's tried to do this. Like their attach rates for their first party titles are they're stupid. Like that, you just don't see that, right? So that's why they can do that stuff. Plus, they make a profit on every single thing that they put out. They don't take a loss on anything.
Yeah.
So I think that Xbox's numbers here are fine. They're great. They're good enough. They are what the shareholders want. They are expanding. They bought $70 billion company. That company is turning around and producing record revenue for them. And it's their company now. So again, they have every right to it. It's Xbox, it's Microsoft. It's no longer, oh, well, if they didn't have ABK, there's no world we're living in right now where they don't have ABK. They have fucking ABK. Yeah. All right. And these numbers will come back around next year after a year of owning ABK, right? Then they're going to be judged against these numbers with ABK right now. So let them have their plus 43%, plus 51% revenue. They're going to be judged next year on where they're at that point, and it's going to be against these numbers, right? So year over year. So I gotta believe that they're happy. They've continued to invest. We've seen one of the biggest marketing, if not the biggest marketing push in history for Call of Duty out of Black Ops 6. There was articles being written that this is up to movie level of money being thrown at marketing for Call of Duty, which I believe. Again, I've seen so much marketing for Call of Duty. It's ridiculous. The whole replacer thing that they came up with. Yeah. Again, it's not. I think it's stupid as fuck, but again, I get it. People like it. Again, I'm getting old. I'm getting jaded. I'm getting the old man. Get off my lawn. I think it's dumb as fuck, but whatever. It's funny. Great. I'm just saying overall, they're spending money. They're spending more money. They're investing. As far as Call of Duty goes and what it's provided for them, we'll start seeing those boosts here shortly. In the next couple quarters, we'll start seeing those numbers as well. Yeah. I've said all along, Steel, that's a win-win. People can argue all day long whether or not this is, this is the last shot for Game Pass, blah, blah, blah. This is the last shot for Xbox. Listen, y'all, it's a win-win. Whether it pushes enough Game Pass people into Game Pass and they see a big enough lift in Game Pass to call it a victory or not, we'll find out, right? If it doesn't, but they're still seeing record numbers of people buying Call of Duty, and we still see the revenue for Call of Duty break new records this year, which I imagine it probably will, even with the Game Pass effect. If that happens, it's a win-win either way. It doesn't matter. If more people buy it than play it on Game Pass, okay, so be it. So it didn't push your Game Pass numbers a lot. All I've ever said is I'm going to ride this train until the wheels fall off. Yeah. If Game Pass is no longer viable for Xbox down the road and they completely wipe it off the face of the planet, it becomes a failed experiment, then so be it. It becomes a failed fucking experiment. Everybody who claimed that was going to be the end.
It's not an experiment anymore at this point, though.
Yeah, it's not, but it kind of still is because they still are the only ones doing it at this scale, right? They still truly are trying to become the Netflix. So it's still kind of an experiment in a lot of ways, although now it's shifted again. But again, take your victory laps. If you thought Xbox and Game Pass was, that Game Pass was never going to succeed, take your victory laps when it happened. Sure. But we're still going to continue on. Xbox ain't going nowhere, right? They're going to still publish their games, right? They're still going to do their things, but I don't believe that's happening. I believe that they're in Game Pass for the long haul. Even at this mark, I think the only thing I could ever see them happening is cutting back a little bit on the investment that they make yearly on the Game Pass titles that are coming into Game Pass.
Paying for itself, though.
They're putting so many first-party titles in there because they're producing so many first-party titles that's going to pick up some of that slack. So that's the only thing I see is they cut back a little bit on how much they invest to bring games into Game Pass eventually. But I think even at this number, let's say they get to 35, 40 million, let's say they totally plateau out at that. If they keep that amount of people in there, Like that's profitable. Like if they cut back on some of the spending, the investment a little bit, but they still retain a large mass majority of that, there's still going to be more than profit pumping out of Game Pass. Like that's still something that's going to be good for them. So I don't think it's ever going to go away. Maybe it will. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I just think overall their numbers continue to improve. They're getting out of ABK what they thought they would. I think there's going to be some bonus here, Steel. I think there's probably some, because we don't get a breakdown of all the numbers internally. But I got to believe that World of Warcraft's resurgence, which nobody talks about, again, because World of Warcraft has been here for 20 plus years now. Nobody talks about World of Warcraft unless it's dying, which it was. But they've had a resurgence, right? They've had a resurgence. They are getting back from the people that play Warcraft. The latest expansions are great. They've got this whole roadmap of expansions lined up for World of Warcraft. I still believe, Steel, we're going to have a console announcement within the next couple of years for World of Warcraft, which will beef it up even more. I got to believe the ABK deal overall has been more than satisfactory to Microsoft and to what they're seeing internally. And I think that they're going to have some bonuses here of stuff that is going to be outperforming where it was when they bought in. Again, they bought in at a premium price. I'm not stupid. But I just think that overall, I think they caught ABK on a good upswing. We hear that they're making new studios. We've got unknown projects in the works right now that are outside of their normal projects.
There was light in the darkness that was happening at ABK.
Yeah, there's a lot to be excited for here. So I think this is another good indicator. Again, these numbers the console sales, of course not. Why would the console sales be up? Why would you go into this expecting the console sales? Even if you're an Xbox fan at this point, even if you're a super fan, right? Why would you expect the console sales to go up at this point? That's not what they're pushing right now. They're not pushing any of that shit. They're much bigger than that box. The box still exists. They're going to make another box. Maybe another box after that.
Maybe if it is a handheld, switchable, whatever the case may be, maybe that is the box that reaches more of the bigger audience.
Maybe Steel, maybe it doesn't. It doesn't matter though, because they're so much bigger than that. They've got their entry points. They've got all the ways that they are expanding out their ecosystem. They got mobile store coming up again. People can poo-poo that and say you're never going to make any waves. Hey man, I'm always about, listen, give it a go. We need more competition in the mobile space. So go for it, Microsoft. But don't toe dip, go in full fledged. Let's see what you got and see if you can make your mark. So I think that just from their total change in their business model to, what we currently see it, and going after the big pie versus just one section of the pie, I think they've got to be pretty happy with where they're sitting right now. And again, they got a lot of options like you were talking about, Steel. They got a lot of flexibility. They can adapt to whatever the industry kind of throws at them at this point. They're going to able to change for a big company kind of swiftly due to the fact that they have so many options now internally with all these acquisitions and what they've kind of set themselves up with the infrastructure as well. So I think they're in a good spot.
Yeah. Real quick, Handset leaves off with people really look at Microsoft being in third place and forget at any time they can become a real problem. All it takes is one generation. And honestly, that whole first, second, and third place, look what you're talking about. You're talking about three big names, and who else is going to give them competition? I think the bigger problem is the real problem, even what you're speaking to, is who's the competition for these three? Nobody. So if there's 1, 2, and 3, and honestly, Nintendo being 1, PlayStation being 2, and Xbox being 3, if you're 3 and you're still breaking through or making things work while not selling even remotely close to the number that PlayStation is selling, and your other competitor is working off of hardware that was older when it came out, is older as it is today, and is still trying to figure out. Matter of fact, they're getting in contact with Microsoft to help possibly get Azure servers onto the back end of the Nintendo Switch platform. Because you remember, that's also part of a business thing that Nintendo and Microsoft has, that Nintendo went to Microsoft to help with their online infrastructure. If anything, all that has been proven over the years is that all three of them are in cahoots with each other. As much as PlayStation Sony may say they wanted to sniff out the competition for Microsoft, and Microsoft may feel the exact same way, the only thing that they do is motivate from each other and learn different things that they can help build from each other, right? Or work off of each other, or find different ways to do things, different things with the hardware. There's just so many different things to take in consideration for what the potential future is to be. And I do think right now, the potential future is being in more places than you have ever been before. And I do think, at least to me, that a software company is going to have a better understanding of that than a hardware company will. And Nintendo's a hardware company, and PlayStation and Sony is a hardware company. The only place that seems to have a rooted basis in what the future may hold is Microsoft. Although they have things that they need to work on as well because of them being more of business focused, right? You have consumers that truly enjoy a brand that you have. How do you transition to get even more people invested in that brand? So, and I think that's something that they have to continue to figure out. If Game Pass is going to be it, then great. I do want more people to understand the benefits of Game Pass and the benefits of the future. So, well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is going to be a perfect place to ramp things on down. Real quick to Ham Solo. He says, with the 5 bones in the you got that epic loot drop in there. He says, I love y'all. These are dope brothers. Hey, appreciate you, Ham. Again, we ain't nothing but
love, Ham.
We ain't nothing but authentic and always keeping to ourselves, no matter how big we get. These are how these conversations are going to go, right? We like to approach it from that RTS perspective. Living Split Screen is a non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry, man. But for what I think first and foremost, if anything, we are the home of ECP, that educated consumer perspective. We do not work in the industry. We are not journalists. We are two gamers who have business professional knowledge and work knowledge through real life, that we try to incorporate how we look at the bigger picture through that RTS view through our gaming expertise or our gaming history, and try to apply both sides into something that is hopefully understandable and adds some form of value to the overall gaming conversation that we like to speak to so much. So that's the main thing, man. So greatly appreciate everybody for coming back through, especially with all coming off of a 2-week break that we had there. Don't necessarily see a break happening again for the future, again, unless Living Split Screen ends up being Thanksgiving as an example. Which I do think Thanksgiving is on a Thursday this year, going into Friday. So the 30th, I don't know, Pong, you let me know. We'll talk about in the background, see if we need to clear off the table on that. And then Christmas, of course, would be the only other time, depending on how that plays out. So just stay tuned. Here again still. I can't believe it's fucking November. Hey, it's November, man. It's November, baby. Well, we're back to 2025, man. Avowed is coming out soon. Monster Hunter Wilds is looking juicy, way better than even Worlds is, and I can't wait to get that full release. So many beautiful things to look forward to. And 168, wrapping up 168 with, somebody that has been become a confidant for me and been a dope brother to meet in this gaming community that we have created. And this show that we've created, man, it's just a dope thing to come back to every Saturday, have the people sit in as they do, and we'll just continue to work on getting us more exposure, because the content is not we don't have a content problem. We just have a distributed and getting it out in front of more people and becoming more like TV as I see, cause that's the number one thing. Hey, look, if there's one piece of advice I want to give any content creator outside of, and again, I'm not saying that I'm the basis. Look, I mean, we're not over fucking 2,000 people subbed. I don't think that's the answer to everything. People will tell you, will laugh in your face for not having a high sub count. And again, we do want a sub count to get up there, but I wanted to be with people that truly appreciate what we bring to the table, in the way that we do things. So, but the number one piece of advice I can give anybody, if you're looking to really take this serious, man, number one piece of advice that I've been seeing is you got to treat this shit like TV. You got to be putting content out there on a day-to-day basis, weekly. Yes, it takes work. Yes, it takes time. But if you want your content to reach more and more people, you can't do it by making excuses. Can't say, oh, it's this person problem, it's these people problem. You have to put it out in more places. TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, every day, videos getting put out. And yeah, that is the biggest reason why a lot of these people, the bigger people, have editors, so that they don't have to focus on wasting their time doing that, or so they can just help with being consistent. So, we're nothing but if enemies to ourselves, if anything. But with that said, I want to have as much of organic, growth as possible. And that organic growth is always the number one thing from us here. And I'm pretty sure Palm is pretty much agrees with that as well. But nonetheless, you can find me Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain That's He is a 7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place to find all my information. I have made some new social accounts that I have not been active. Again, the same thing for me, getting the content to everywhere. I need to find out more ways to get access to my PC from my phone, because there's a lot of the time where I have content on my phone. I get a little moment where I'm doing whatever, and I wish I could just pull that stuff up, maybe do a little light edit, but still just upload it. But yeah, man. Again, this isn't my job either, so there is that as well. But yeah, you can find me everywhere. Twitter, or otherwise known as X, is the main place that I frequent. You can find me on Blue Sky and Instagram, all same name, Steel Rain that's He's a 7. Yeah, man, so catch me there. But again, to get it to my brother from another, the gentleman that I had a pleasure podcasting with again after our 2-week hiatus, and still able to manage another 4+ hours of pure energetic content. Again, you're not finding people talk about it the way that we are talking about it right here, giving you really putting our vocal instruments to the test, like you get right here on Living Split Screen. But Pong, let these beautiful people know where they can find you, and another freaking fantastic episode of Living Split Screen, man.
Nothing better than getting back with you, brother. Nothing better than getting back with our chat on another. Hey, listen. You guys know how I speak. You kids need to calm down with your pauses. Anyways, nothing better though to have my Saturday mornings into my Saturday afternoon be like this. Like I said, it's crazy. We're in November already. We went from record highs of 70s last week, breaking records, to our first snowfall the other day, which actually stuck. Yeah, it's
Jesus Christ,
crazy. But I'm looking out there, man, and I'm like, man, really already? But yeah, that's where we're at. But man, after 2 weeks off, it feels good to be back in the chair. Like I said, I'm feeling better. I'm not 100%, but I'm close. Again, didn't have the coughing fits that I've been having for a long time. So appreciate you all for coming back and seeing us after 2 weeks off. Obviously, that's another thing that happens in content creation, especially with Steel and I only doing one show a week here. And Steel has been streaming more, which has been freaking amazing. But still, realistically, we're only doing one show. So taking 2 weeks off is, it hurts other content creators. It hurts us too. But we've got such a good group, just a great, fantastic group of people who come out, watch us each every week. You guys just wait around and come back and see us. So we missed you all as much as you missed us. Thank you for being here. You guys are a part of the show as much as we are. You make the show go. Without you guys, you're nothing. And again, that's serious. I say it all the time because I mean it. So nothing but love and respect for you guys coming back and hanging out with us again on another Saturday here on Living Split Screen. So otherwise, you guys know the drill. It's Pong Soul everywhere on X, formerly known as Twitter. Pong Soul on the Xbox. Pong Soul on Steam, GOG, Epic, you name it. Follow me, follow you back. And then otherwise, tonight, the Shop Podcast. That's right, PTK Blam's channel. The best way to end your Saturday night. The Shop Podcast, an easy, cool 2-hour show. Ooh. So it's Blam, it's Fuzzy, it's myself, and as I said earlier, the brother from another, the other brother from another, Fun Speculation, aka Mav, will be joining us tonight. So we're going to have some good conversations going there. So be there for that. 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. That will change because the hours are going to change. But this week, that's still the same. So 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. And then we'll talk about the new hours next week after the time change, which sucks. Again, get your act together. I don't know why the government didn't pass that rule where we don't have to change our clocks anymore. It's just so freaking stupid, bro. Anyway,
I like when time goes back. I just don't like when it goes back forward.
Right. But again, if we're just going to settle in, let's just settle in, and it won't feel any different, right? It won't feel. Yes, I'm going to love it Sunday morning. I'm going to love it tomorrow morning because I'm going to have an extra hour. It's going to feel great, right? But yeah, let's just settle into one. Keep it the same. Let's move on. Anyways, otherwise, next week it starts all over again. First of all, I'm not on the show, but I don't care. I still shout out the man because he helped so many of us get our starts, and he's been so supportive of the community overall. Boomstick is the man. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Tuesdays, it's all good things green on the Xbox Factor podcast. He does it 5 days a week, but Tuesdays, our little extra special is one of the first shows I joined. So please, show up and show them some love on the Xbox Factor every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time on Double Barrel Gaming channel. And then, of course, my week starts Thursday night. We took this Thursday off because of Halloween. Obviously, you just heard Steele say that Thanksgiving is going to be Thursday at the end of this month, so we won't have PM in the PM then. But next week, we should have PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. Fun Speculation Network every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Be there. Or be square for that one. And then, of course, obviously Friday nights, it's Xbox Ultimate, where the fun family gets back together again on the Fun Speculation Network, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Or actually, no, we kicked it back an hour now. I got to remember that. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, the Fun Speculation Network for Xbox Ultimate. Be there. Never know how many people are going to show up, but we always have a good time. Lots of laughs, lots of good talk every Friday night. And then, God willing, back here with my brother next week for another episode of Living Split Screen right here. It's a golden age, everybody. Again, so much. I know I was Mr. Casual, console casual guy this week, right? Diablo and Call of Duty. Like, man, I feel like I'm back on my 360 again, but that's what happens. But there's a billion games. Maybe next week I'll have something new to talk about that I'm jumping into. Like I said, I'm still acquiring games, but no matter what, I know you all, wherever you're playing, do have a lot of games. So get out there, play what you love. Love what you play. Enjoy this time, gamers. Not too many times we're going to like this, man. I'm telling you. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Real quick, Tim the Sorcerer, member for 15 months with the exotic loot. He says, great show, guys. We miss you. Hey, we miss you too, Tim. Appreciate you. And then Decado coming through with the exotic cachet as well. And he's with the 20 bones. He says, welcome back, LSS. You were missed.
And again, thank you to all that allowed me to get a new mic too, including Decado, who gave a big contribution. Absolutely. Again, appreciate you. And Steel, thank you, brother. I don't know if you were on when I was saying my thing, but thank you, Steel, for making it happen too, man. You again, you hit me up at the DMs. I'm sending this to you. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, I'm sending this to you. Decado gave. I'm sending this to you. You need a new mic.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, fine. So, but thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what the support for the show does. Helps us support the things in the background. Again, everything that you do feeds right back definitely into LSS. So that's always a beautiful thing. Again, even after YouTube takes their fucking 50%, fucking stupid, whatever. Hey, again, I mean, we could always set up a Patreon and everything else. We just I don't have any additional content to give you guys outside of
this.
And this could be a lot more for sure, but but yeah, it is what it is.
We're gonna get there, Steel, eventually. Don't worry.
It's all good. It's all good.
We're here for the long haul.
Hey,
so
and yeah, man. So again, greatly appreciate you guys. Much love. I gotta slide here in a bit, but we'll catch you in the next one. Episode 168 in the bad. 169. Ooh. It's a good number. It's going to be live with you guys next weekend. So we'll catch you then. Much love. Y'all stay safe. Peace.
Don't forget, your goal is still 69, everybody. Choo-choo, motherfuckers.
Every week.
Go.
All right, y'all.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
And I can't let go.